now watching Shotgun 6. You are now watching Shotgun 6 times YouTube horror movie channel.
I shot him 6 times. What is going on, horror fanatics? Welcome to I Shot Him 6 Times YouTube horror movie channel. As you know, I'm your host and creator of the channel, Marcus. If you have not done so already, please shoot this stream a like. It definitely helps out with the YouTube algorithm a ton. And if you happen to be a new viewer coming across this stream, please shoot that subscribe button as well as that notification icon so you get all the latest content updates to the channel and join this amazing community that I have grown here on YouTube. I do want to say, first and foremost, before I get this stream started off, I want to thank every single one of you subscribers who have subscribed to this channel. We have hit over 1,000 subscribers here on the channel. I am so truly blessed for all you guys' support. Honestly, putting in all the hard work on these videos. You guys' support is showing that my work is not going unnoticed, and I'm really glad that you guys are enjoying the content. And let's just keep growing this community, you guys. Let's keep the momentum going. So I just wanted to say that again. Thank you all for subscribing and showing your support. Do me a favor, shoot that like button, share this stream. We're going to have a fantastic conversation here tonight. This is my Scream 6 recap live stream. Guys, it's going to be fun. I promise you that. Definitely have a lot of fun takes on this movie. Now, before I get to you guys' comments, I do have some guests with me here tonight, some loyal subscribers as well, and very well supporters of the channel and content creators in their own regard. So without wasting any more time, let's bring these gentlemen in. First off, we have Eric here from Bearded Entertainment. What is going on? How are you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm great, man. Thanks for having me. Glad to be on. Talk about the movie.
I know, man. I'll be honest. I know a lot of people here, especially the subscribers, a couple of them was like, hey, you're not doing any live stream reviews and all that stuff. And I'm just like, what I want to do is I want to break down the movie as best as I can from what I see and do videos before I really do a live stream and all that stuff. So I can, come prepared and with some knowledge, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. Plus I wanted to get some clues out there that we may have missed in the film. So that was my whole purpose of kind of holding it out. And I feel like it kind of worked out in its own regard because there's definitely some stuff that you might have missed in this film. All of us, I believe, on first watch that we're definitely going to talk about.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I think at this point about 8 times. So
Me too.
I've definitely found some stuff in there that I'm like, oh, interesting. Okay. So
yeah,
there's a lot to talk about. Either way, there's a lot to talk about. So I'm excited. By the way, yes, Blucka, enough facial hair for 10 streams.
That's right.
Yeah, man,
It's
you know
well
what? The gray I see you brought up. That actually, the gray is I got electrocuted when I was in the military, and one of the things that happened was that patch turned gray. I don't know why, but that patch turned gray when I got in the military. It's been like that for years. I mean, now I'm getting a little more because I'm getting older, but that happened when, man, I want to say I was like 22 or 23. So yeah, I've had that gray spot for a while.
Well, my friend, I just consider it your lucky patch. So take it as a positive.
Why? Thank you. I do enjoy it. It makes me look distinguished, I think.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't you hit the 1K mark too, my friend?
I did. I'm at like 1,030 something right now. I've been pausing the announcement, and we talked about this backstage as well. I've been pausing the announcement and celebration because Steven, I'm sure all of you know in the comments and everything, Steven, we're waiting on our good friend Steven to get to feeling better. If you could send some prayers, good vibes, healing thoughts, whatever you believe in, send the positive things his way. He could definitely use them right now. But yeah, just like you, that's what I'm waiting on. I'm waiting on Steven to to feel a little better, then set up a celebration at that time.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you brought that up. And I do want to say that as well for everybody and anybody, who comes across the stream here in the time we're on here. I will not be doing a 1000 celebration live stream just yet. Like Eric said, we are waiting for our good friend Steven craving something scary, as you guys well know him as. Waiting for him to get better, and all that stuff. And the reason for that is because he has played such an integral part in a lot of us here in the community. Eric's channel, my channel, Carrie Crave Cinema's channel, a lot of people that really just started off as watchers and viewers in the comment section. And he inspired us to get in the game and start creating our own channels and doing our own content and sharing our thoughts and our opinions and being creative and, wanting to put these videos together. So when we, like you said, we talked about this backstage, it just doesn't feel right doing a celebration live stream without him, because he needs to be here for it. For the simple fact is he helped so much with the growth of all of our channels, and he's the godfather of Woodsboro. He has to be here for this just so he can see how much of an inspiration he truly is and all that stuff. So guys, just, stay tuned. When Steven definitely does get better and he's good to go, we are definitely going to be parlaying it up here on the channels for sure.
You know something funny? I realized this like a while ago, right? This was when I was down in like the 200 to 300 subscriber range. I would realize that there would be times where I would just all of a sudden get like 2 to 5 subscribers out of nowhere, right? And I was like, huh. It's like I haven't done anything like too recent, like in terms of videos or anything like that. But
right,
it happened every so often, and I started realizing it was during Steven's streams, because he would mention me in his streams, and people would go subscribe. So like, it's just, he's such a big part. Just exactly what you said. He's such a big part of this channel, my channel, your channel, a lot of our channels, that it really wouldn't be proper celebration if he wasn't there, because I wouldn't have earned it without him. So
absolutely. And I'm right there with you. I feel the same way. And, to bring it up real quick before I bring in our next guest that we have here on the panel with us, and we should be expecting more guests. I'm going to check Instagram to see what's going on and see if anything changed. But just to touch on what Eric said, I remember the first time, and this was before I came on a live stream with Steven, anything. And I just started really piecing together videos and stuff. And that was from watching Steven and his content and stuff like that. And I remember, showing up in the live chat and stuff like that for one of his live streams. And he's like, hey, everybody, go check out Shout Him 6 Times. He's definitely got some interesting, thoughts on Scream 5 and just the franchise in general. Go check out his content. And I didn't nowhere near expect that, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. He gave me the kicks that, I needed. And from then on, it just slowly started to grow. And one thing that he always talked about, and I always think I'm doing my videos, and guys, I will tell you this, I'm sure Eric, you can attest to this. Sometimes when you're trying to put a video together, you will go through multiple takes. It's just like making a movie. You know what I mean? You will go through so many audio takes and bloopers. It's not even funny. But what I think about, especially, I just take a deep breath and I think about what Steven says, finding your confidence and finding your confidence in your words and what you believe in. And then once I put that in my brain and I take that deep breath, I go from there and stuff like that. So that's how much of an inspiration, Steven is to all of us here. And Steven, if you happen to be watching, because he actually did message me before, I want to say it was about 8:15. He messaged me about a little over an hour ago, and he congratulated me on hitting 1K and stuff like that. And I responded back to him and stuff. And he said he has been, fortunate, I guess, to watch some of the content that we've been putting out and stuff like that. So, Steven, brother, if you are watching this, we love you, buddy. Get better. And again, We're not parlaying it up on here until you get better. So get well, my friend, and keep enjoying the content.
Yeah, I did see I think he put out a video earlier today too. Like he's doing and that just goes to show. Sorry, I know we just keep talking about it, but like even in his state, he wants to do it. Like he wants to put out
Right.
stuff for his like his fans, and he wants to put out stuff for his subscribers. Like he made a video today in the condition that he's in, and he does everything he can to get
Right.
content out for his subscribers. And I don't know a person on YouTube who works as hard as him.
I can attest to that in all honesty. Like you were right on the nose with that one. Like he is full on dedicated, like to his craft, full on dedicated to it. Alrighty.
Working on the drawing.
So, oh yeah, that drawing. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that here later in the stream too. So everyone, like I said, we also have another guest here. Sorry, we've been keeping you backstage chilling for a little bit, my friend. But everybody, you know him as Hunting for Entertainment. Bob Wood, friend, with the Screw Smug. Love it. What's going on, buddy? How you doing tonight?
Nothing much. Just actually, y'all are making me laugh so hard back there. I had to take a few shots of Fireball. Connor is Craven.
Yeah, man. Like you know it too, Bob. From being on. That's obviously how we all met. When you really think about it, that's how we all got acquainted, was through Craven, through Steven. You know what I mean? And it's a testament to just how great of a person he is, that also we can all connect with each other and have these conversations and be involved with each other outside of Craven's platform as well and stuff like that. So again, like as like Steve, like Eric said, sorry for blabbering about him and stuff like that, buddy. That's our family right there. So what I mean, he deserves all the flowers that he is getting right now.
Yeah, and without Craven, me and you wouldn't have had our small run with the horror podcast we were doing weekly, and because that broke me out of that shell. So Craven's a huge part of everything.
My man Werner.
Ooh, yeah.
What's up?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Uh-oh. We're going through a lag. Uh-oh. Quick lag real quick. Sorry about that. You guys know it happens from time to time.
Unfortunately.
Okay,
yep.
So Wayne Turner. Okay, come on, stream. Okay, I'm just for sorry, it wasn't pulling up, but here we go. Wayne Turner in the chat. Hi all, congratulations to I Shot Him 6 Times on getting over 1,000 subs. It is now 12:31 p.m. Wednesday here in Sydney, Australia. I love it when you give us those time updates, my friend. Thank you so much, Wayne. I greatly appreciate your support, man. Again, like everybody, all of you guys, Bob, Eric, everybody here in the chat, guys, thank you so much for supporting this channel and helping this channel grow. Like it's truly a pleasure, being able to do content and have these conversations here with all of you guys. In all honesty, like if you would have asked me about say a year and a half ago, would I be doing horror movie content on YouTube and really delving into things the way that we all tend to delve into it? Not a chance. Like I'll be honest, because I didn't really think there was this type of platform for us on here. You know what I mean? And again, the first video I watched was Crazy Something Scary, and it kind of showed me the way. So again, anybody who has this channel and help. Let's push for 2 now. That's the next goal. Let's go. Uh-oh. Going through another lag. Man, I'm about to say it ain't raining or anything. Okay, so we're going through some technical difficulties here for some reason. But
Real quick,
I'm going
Marcus,
to try my
just
best to
wondering,
catch up to all of you guys.
do you
Yeah, go
also
ahead.
have the 4K watch hours?
Oh yeah, I had. I'm about to say it was about 3 weeks ago. As it said, I was over 5,000
Okay, yeah. So
or whatnot. Yeah.
I just to spill a little backstage stuff, a little behind the scenes YouTube stuff. I had over 4K. I had like 4,200, 4,300, and hit the 1,000. I applied for the monetization, but I had a video where I used a clip from something, and they said it was like reused content, so it didn't count. And when I took that away, it put me under the 4,000 mark. So I'm like, and you have to wait.
Was it copyright?
No, there was no claim on it. Like, it doesn't have to be a copyright claim or a copyright strike or anything like that. If it's content from another channel or something like that, and you don't use it the right way, like if you use it as like like to do commentary or like a parody or like a reaction, something like that, that's acceptable. But if you just use it,
Okay.
then they consider it reused content, and you can't use that, so you have to like delete it from your videos, which then whatever watch hours you had on that video goes away as well. And then you have to, I didn't know this, but if you don't get
Gotcha.
monetized or whatever, you have to wait 30 days to apply again. So
Oh wow.
yeah, it's interesting, man.
Damn. Yeah, it definitely is. It really is. YouTube is an interesting platform for sure. But you know what? We're gonna keep plugging away. We're gonna get there. I'm waiting for them
Sorry, that was a little
message
behind the
me
scenes
back
stuff.
and let
Just
me
thought it
know
was
what's
interesting.
going on. See if I. No, you're good, man. No, you're good. In all honesty, that's a good thing to kind of bring up, especially for anybody in the chat who actually might wants to do a YouTube channel themselves or already has one that might not be at that 1K mark yet. That's some really good information.
Yeah.
That helped. Because I didn't know that.
Yeah, I
Okay, we
assumed that, like,
have Blood
okay, if it's
in the
not
chat. What's
copyright
going
claim,
on, Blood?
sorry, only awesome.
No, go ahead, buddy.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine.
Is it lag?
I'm having a delay on my end, maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know, because it is kind of being a little weird. Like, I don't know. And it's fine. Like, I got, the Ethernet plugged in and out. Like, if it's going to start being bad weather or what, but we should be good right now, because when it starts to lag, I know it starts to spin on my end too. But go ahead with what you were saying, Eric. What's going on, Tori? Tori, how you doing tonight?
Oh, I was just saying, I figured that, like, okay, if there's no copyright claim or copyright strike or anything associated with it, it's good. Because when you upload a video, it always does the check,
Right?
And it tells you, like, oh, you can't use this,
Yeah,
copyright claim or whatever. And it didn't have any of that, so I'm like,
right.
okay, cool, I think we're good. But no, it's like I think it took them like 5 or 6 days to get back to me, and they're like, no, it's reused content. So, but they don't tell you what video it's for, which is dumb.
Wow, that's BS.
That's some bull.
Oh man, that's crazy. Wow. Well, thanks for the tip, buddy, because I didn't know that. Holy shit, that's crazy. Real quick,
So how
what's
about that
going
Scream
on,
6?
man? And how you doing? And everyone, I'm sorry I'm for to because I'm just that much behind. All right, this bad boy jumped on me. Come on. Real quick before we do get into this conversation, I will say this. I'm thinking about I'm just about to say this. I'm not gonna lie. I might be switching to a different platform and trying out something else, like in terms of live streaming, because StreamYard be acting funky, man.
JT over on I think their new name is Real Horror Syndicate. He's got some really cool software he's working with now. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but like it's really cool. Like, and it's even got the one thing that I think all of us would want in a streaming platform. You can put a counter up on screen so that if you're doing a watch along, you don't have to say the timestamp. Everyone can just see the counter and know where the time is. So that's a cool feature, but I'm not sure what.
Yes. This again?
Huh?
Who's this again that you were talking about?
JT. His channel used to be the Horror Boys, but they changed the channel name.
Okay.
I think now it's the Real Horror Syndicate.
Okay. I'm gonna have to reach out to them because I like StreamYard, but at the same time, I don't like the lagging and all that stuff. Oh, that's good. You guys see that, right?
It's getting there. Yeah, I was about to say, if you want to tell them what's up, most of them know. And if you're here and you've won something from me, I've got everything in frames. It'll be sent out this Friday. So if you're here and you've won something on one of my streams, but I'm working on a ghost face here that I think if you want to give it away, then feel free to.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, so whenever Eric's done drawing, I will pick somebody up from the chat and you will get that drawing. So guys, stay tuned and stay here on the streams. One of you might be enough to get that drawing that Eric is putting together. Real quick,
and it'll Thomas, look much better once it's
What's
colored.
Going on, Tom? How you doing tonight, man? Hopefully Craven gets well soon. Right there with you, brother. Okay, I'm still way behind. I was at 9:54. All right, let me get down here. Just trying to catch up real quick with the chat, guys. Acknowledge everybody who's here. Try to catch everybody who's here before we really delve into the conversation. I greatly appreciate you guys all stopping in. I've seen somebody else here. I've seen Zach, I think. Yeah, Zach. What's going on, Zach? How you doing tonight? Hope you're having a great night. And real quick, oh, shit. I'm going to have to go back up. Because Dino had... there it is. Okay, so I guess let's start. Let's get into this conversation now, guys. Let's get into the Scream 6 recap now. And let's start it off here with this comment here by Dino. And Dino had this theory that he wanted to tell me the other day, and he's telling me here now. Dino says, here's that theory I wanted to tell you about. What if their last name is actually Kenzie, since Kirsch is just a nickname? I say that because of the poster of Scream 6, where it says Mackenzie family. Let's pull up here now. It says Mackenzie family slain. Maybe it was talking about them. So, Bob, I'll start off with you. What do you feel about that, my friend?
For me personally, I don't know. I'm not buying it too much because this goes into a thing I was saying. Look, you can try to make logicalness of it all, trying to say, oh, the NYPD were stupid, didn't do background check. Something just doesn't feel right with that. I think that they're kind of lying and that was the actual names because you're not getting anything past the NYPD. I mean, it's a cool theory to think about, but I just don't see it being logical.
Okay. Eric,
what
do you feel about that?
Could they be related? Maybe, but I don't think that is their real last name.
I think it would probably present a problem on top of the NYPD thing. And exactly what Bob said, I agree with 100%. That's been one of the things I've said since I originally saw the movie is I don't think there's any way he used a fake name to get into the NYPD. That it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. You go through, it doesn't matter. You go through a background check, most of the time state and federal, the higher position you get. So I don't think Bailey is a fake last name. If it is, then that's a big plot hole in my opinion. But another issue that it brings up is if they were the Mackenzies. The Mackenzies were the family that lived next door to Casey Becker, and Liv from Part 5 was a Mackenzie. If that was their name, that means Richie would have been related to Liv, and that would have been brought up in Part 5. I mean, I don't think there's any way Liv is going to see her cousin or whatever and not be like, oh, by the way, that's my cousin. How you doing, Richie? Like,
also Part 6. Because remember, they're going on about how Sam killed Richie. That would have been brought up about Liv there too.
Yeah. If that was the case, I don't know. I think it was. If I'm being honest, here's what I think it was. When they started doing 5, one of the things they had to do was tie it to the original movie. They couldn't just tie it to the sequels. You had to tie directly back to the original movie with your new cast. And one way to do that doesn't really mess anything up is use the name Mackenzie, because it was kind of a throwaway name in the opening of the movie. We all recognize it, but it doesn't affect the plot. It doesn't introduce any plot holes, any timeline issues. It doesn't mess anything up to use the name Mackenzie, but it does give you a good tie-in. Honestly, I think that's all it was. I think it was just them finding a way to tie in further with the first movie and not muddle the storyline or timeline.
Right. Actually, Radio Silence was asked about that poster that said about the Mackenzie family slain and all that stuff. And they said that it is in reference to Liv Mackenzie, but that is just marketing. They had nothing to do with that. They said that was just for marketing purposes. So that's, that right there, I think excludes the fact that, the curse. I mean, much like Bearded and Bob said, I don't think that would make too much sense, Dino, just for that simple fact is why kill Liv? I know somebody asked me earlier the same thing about Stu, like why would Stu kill his own nephew, etc. And I have my reservations about that, especially after watching Scream 6, and I'll explain later. But yeah, me personally, Dino, I mean, I just can't see there being any way to the Mackenzies being related to Richie. Like, that's their real last name. And I did do a video on this, as you know, talking about how Radio Silence said the names were pseudonyms, like they're fake names. And they also did acknowledge that the whole NYPD thing is kind of like, it kind of messes that whole, the Kirsch and Bailey names being actual fake names. It kind of does throw a dent in that. But they even said that it's pseudonyms, like the Richie Kirsch and Detective Bailey names are. So any relation to the Mackenzies, and who knows if we're going to get any clarification on that, because one thing I did realize in this movie, and I'll ask you guys if you guys kind of caught this, there were certain times with certain instances within this movie with certain characters where you can see them picking something up, but then they put it back down. Did you guys get that sense?
Are you talking about like in the shrine?
And just within the movie with certain characters in general, like picking up things but like them putting it down. Like there's certain questions you may have. Let's say Danny, for instance, or whatever and stuff like that. Like you could see something's up with this character, but then it's like, oh no, they shot away from it and they kind of made him a good guy.
A few times.
Yeah, I don't know anything specific that I saw,
Subway,
but in reference to Danny, I don't think he's a bad
where
guy
you
at all. I
see
think Danny's a good guy. Am I frozen?
No, you're not
okay,
frozen.
we're
Marcus
definitely
is.
get into that. Yeah, I was frozen for a second. It lagged out for a second, but yeah, I mean, we're going to definitely get into that as well because I definitely do think there's a case to be made about Danny being involved in an even bigger plan that I think is happening after rewatching the film, just with subtle little clues that I feel like I caught and stuff like that. But let's kind of like slow it down here for a second. I just wanted to, get Dino's comment out there and all that stuff. So, okay, let's start. Opening scene. Eric, what was your thoughts on opening scene film?
I think it was good, but it could have been better. I'm not sure if any of y'all saw the list of like deleted / extended scenes that are out there. I did a video on it as well. The only thing that got me initially was when the first call comes in to Laura, you can tell right away who it is on the phone.
Yeah.
And when that happened, I knew who it was going to be. This is the first time outside of part 3 that the person on the call wasn't Roger L. Jackson. Because, obviously with 1, with 5, 2, the first call, it is Roger L. Jackson, just in a calmer voice. And then he jumps to the like more aggressive, angry voice.
Right.
The fact that they didn't do that in the opening, when she got the call, I knew exactly who it was. So I knew who was going to be under the mask. But in one of the deleted scenes, they actually filmed it the other way. They filmed it with Roger L. Jackson doing the whole call. And I think that would have been better because it would have been more surprising when he pulled the mask off.
I can agree with that. Bob, what is your feelings on the opening scene?
It was good for what it was, but kind of like Eric was saying on that. I mean, once you hear the voice, it's too predictable. And then even after that, when they didn't give us that like title screen after like Now I See Red, once we saw that, I knew more was coming with the opening, and it kind of took me out of it a little bit. Like, oh well, he might be a victim now because we had the opening call without Roger L. Jackson, and now there's no title scene of seeing the knife slash for Scream. But I loved it. And my theater had an accident happening when we got to the later on in the thing with the hot and cold. And my theater, like, it was going hot and cold. And I'm like, oh, God, I feel like I'm in the movie. The air conditioner kicked on, and then the heat kicked on. So I'm like, yeah, I'm in this movie now.
Right.
But I loved it.
I'll say this. I really enjoyed the opening scene. I would say I enjoyed it. I do agree that, as soon as I heard the voice, I was like, that's Tony Revolori. So, like I said, you kind of knew it was going to be underneath the mask. But I guess I just appreciate it because they tried their best to get a little bit different with it. There's ways they could have been better at trying to get different with it. But overall, I still enjoyed it. I especially enjoyed left. And he walking past and he runs into Tara. And I love the dialogue when he's trying to, tell Tara to get Sam to come to the party. And she's like, oh, no, Sam wouldn't be caught dead at a frat party. He's like, first time everything. And I'm just like, I like that piece of dialogue. And then when he gets to the house, the TV, love that touch. I really enjoyed that. Now, after re-listening to the dialogue, I will say this about Tony Revolori's character. Especially, and I'll say this, especially if we don't get Stu back, I think you can make an argument that maybe, just maybe, his character, if not Greg, because we don't know much about Greg, because his body was chopped up and to tiny little pieces. But I think you can maybe make an argument that possibly he could have been involved with Richie before 6. And the reason why I say that is because the way Ghostface was talking to him, I get it that, it's the perception that it's Greg talking to him, but I also take it in the context that it's one of the Baileys. Let's go with that. It is the Baileys talking to him. And what really caught he said, when Ghost, we talked about a lot, we said a lot of things, and he looks at the phone and he's like, quick lag. So Tony looks at the phone and he's like, oh my God, it's lagging again. Okay, let me try to reposture this because this is lagging a little bit. Okay. Now back to what I was saying before I, was so rudely interrupted by this lag. But with when Ghostface says to Tony on the phone, oh yeah, we said a lot of things. And Tony looks at the phone and he's like, is this Greg? That bit of uncertainty makes me believe that maybe he was working with the Baileys at one point, or Richie back in the past. Just for that little bit of uncertainty, because I feel like if he was exclusively just working with Greg, why would you need to be talking to? And stuff like that. So I found that piece of dialogue really interesting in the opening scene and stuff. But overall, I enjoyed it, but I do agree they kind of did spoil it by having Tony do his actual voice. It would have been a lot better, like Eric said, if you would have had Roger L. just do the entire voice the entire time, and then you have Tony take off the mask, because then the shock value is really up there, because it's just like, oh, what the hell is happening? So I agree with that sentiment of it. Go for it, Eric.
Another thing that doesn't make sense to me, the more I watch it, is the timing. It's just too coincidental that Tony kills his college professor as a Ghostface. At the same time that's happening, I guess a Bailey's back killing Greg.
Right.
And then the Bailey has already learned that Tony had killed Laura, like had already known about it. Like that doesn't, because we see the entire timeline there. Like there's no cuts. Like we see him get ready, walk home. Like, so in that time, somehow the Baileys have killed his roommate, and we know it can't be either of the kids because Quinn is at home getting down with not Paul. Ethan is with Chad at the party. Yeah. Like, so Detective Bailey's the only one left. So he would have had to been the one killing Greg and dismembering him. But by the time Jason gets home, he's already learned that Jason killed this guy or killed Laura and everything. Like it doesn't make sense timeline wise the more you think about it, because like I guess it's just an incredible coincidence that he did it that night, that he was going to go through with it. Like, how did he know their plan?
Right.
It was, the more I think about it, like for what it is, I do really enjoy it. I think it was a clever way to keep the DNA of Scream but update it. But it just more and more, it's like it doesn't add up.
No, I agree with you for sure, man. Sorry for the quick lag. I know it lagged out a second, but I heard everything you said. And yeah, I agree. But like you said, definitely could have kept it even more clever by having Roger L. do the entire voice. Like, now, when you put it that way, I could only imagine the shock value if you do it that way, and then you see Tony take the mask off. It's just, it adds to the element of where is this going. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I mean, I agree with you on all that, man, as well as you too, Bob. Like the scene was good. Now I'll ask you this about the scene. You guys rank it, franchise. As well as you
In terms
guys
of
in
opening
chat too.
scenes,
Let me know where you guys rank the opening scene. Yes. Yeah, in terms of opening scenes, we're franchised.
I have
probably
it third.
third. Okay, it's fifth for me. Number 5.
Oh, holy shit. I think that's the lowest I've heard anyone give it so far.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I
I've
mean,
heard a lot
okay.
of people, like, since this came out.
So here's the thing.
Well, go
It
for
is
it.
new. It is fresh, but in my opinion, new doesn't always mean better. I think 1 was the most amazing opening ever. It's what started it. 2 built upon that because they made it public. And you can argue that 2 was more public than 6 was because they were in an alley with no one around. 2 was in a lot, like one of the places you feel safe or like safer is at a movie theater. You're surrounded by people. You think you'd be safe. They took that away. 3, they killed off one of the characters that you thought was going to be a main character. Like they took him out. Then 4 for me is actually the opening for 5. I love Tara's opening. It brought back the suspense of the first one. You know, Home Alone. She gets the call. She doesn't know what's going on. It had that feel to it, but it was updated, right? You had the security feature on the phone that like just gives you stress because you see it unlocking. Like they so good. But then she got to live, which I thought was a great update. Then part 6, and in it, in my final position is part 4. I hate the opening to part 4.
Okay, that's actually not a bad list, especially with you made some really good points there and stuff. That's just surprising to me because ever since 6 came out, I see people like skyrocketing up to like 2, 3, you know what I mean, and stuff. It's like it's either 2 or 3. And Bob, I want to get your take. You said you put it at number 3. We put it at number 3. And what is your ranking for those of the franchise?
Well, for 1, it's just like Eric said. I mean, 1 said it all. If you cannot top 1, nobody can ever top 1. For me, 2 was 2. Just like he said, I mean, you can't get any better than being in public. That was the first time we saw it in a huge public scene like that. Caught me off guard. The reason this one is number 3, though, for me was I don't know if it was because of watching it with my friends, but just their reactions, kind of being of a younger generation, gave me that same feel when I first saw 2's opening for kind of in public. So I kind of have some biasism with how people reacted, just hearing how they reacted to it. So I admit that is biasism on my part all day long. It probably should be lower. And then 4 for me is 3's because come on, Cotton Weary died when I thought he was going to be the main good guy in that film. Come on, can't get better. Then we have 5's, which modernized the original opening. Not as good, but I loved it. And then, yeah, 4 is, well, the worst one I've ever seen in my life, and I don't like rewatching that opening. A movie within a movie within a movie. No, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that one. So I'd have to say my ranking is obviously the original 96 is the best. I don't see any movie after that coming, close to it. I agree with Eric that number 2 was the better opening, in terms of like making it public. So for me, in terms of opening, it'll go Scream 96, Scream 2. I'm going to say Scream 5's opening as number 3. because much like Eric said, it just kind of took it back to that original feel. I thought that was really well done. And the fact that she did live was a nice update, was a nice, update to the times and all that stuff. And just the overall like brutality in that opening scene as well was what really I love that. You guys know, especially you, Bob, I love, to get brutal a little bit. And that opening scene in Scream 5 was gnarly. So again, Scream 96, number 1, Scream 2, number 2 in terms of opening. Scream 5's opening is number 3. I'll have to put Scream 6's opening, and I get it, Cotton Weary and stuff, but I put 6's opening ahead of 3. So I put that's my number 4 spot. And just because of the attempt to try to get different, it just would have been better if they would have had Roger L do the voice. But I still enjoyed it enough for the simple fact is it was different. And it still was different. Even though we kind of had an idea where we were going with it, it still was different because to a degree, it kind of did aspect it. Well, we know who this Ghostface killer is already by listening to him on the phone. We now know who he is by taking off the mask. It's confirmed who it is. But are we going to film through the movie and stuff? And I think that aspect for me is what makes the opening for 6 better than 3. So I put the opening for 6 at 4. Scream 3's opening is 5. And then Scream 4 is dead last. That opening was god-awful. I agree with you guys on that. Go for it, Eric.
Do you want to know something that's silly for me? One of the reasons that the opening for Scream 6 is a little bit lower, for me, is it actually sets up what I think would be a more intriguing movie. It sets it up as if we're going to follow Ghostface through the movie. And I think that would have been like a little like not better for per se, but that would have been something we had never done before. But it sets that up, and then it's like no, and then it from that's the only thing. If you think about it, the only thing extra you get is that he was in the mask. Like that's the only thing extra you get,
right?
In terms of the movie, everything else is by the books. You got two opening kills. The first person to die is the friend or partner of whoever gets the main phone call. If they're on the phone call, they get offed. Like that's the only difference you got is the fact that prior to them getting killed off, they had killed someone. So, but yeah, that's one of the reasons I put it a bit lower is because it actually sets up a more intriguing concept, but doesn't pay off on it.
Right. Picks it up and put down. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, like, he definitely did set that up. And that's what I was thinking. After he took his mask off, he puts everything in the bag. I'm like, holy shit. Are we going to follow this motherfucker through the whole movie? Like, what is going on here? And then when he gets to the house and then he gets the call, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's about to get it. Like, but I still enjoyed the opening scene. I did. It was still pretty good. I really enjoyed it. And I'm pretty sure the majority enjoyed that opening scene as well. Again, it will never come close to 96. I don't think any opening in the Scream franchise will. I mean, it remains to be seen, especially if we get 7. But I just don't think anything will touch that original opening. Like, that's classic. Like,
I think 6 right now, and I fully attribute it to recency bias, but I think part 6 actually has a higher audience score than part 1 ever did.
That's crazy. Wow. Hey, I mean, everybody has, their own opinion and stuff like that. Like, some people might feel that way. There's nothing wrong with that. Hey, the way I see it, as long as you got to enjoy it. If you enjoyed it enough to put it that high, I'm cool with that. You know what I mean?
I disagree. Disagree,
Go
Marcus.
for it.
If you think 6 is better than 1, then you're wrong. You're just wrong.
Yes,
You
I
can
get
be
it.
wrong, but you need to know that you're wrong.
You're wrong. Oh man, that's good shit. You got a point there though.
By the way, I
6
finished the sketch. I'm adding color now.
Ooh.
Adding the
Nice.
first layer of color.
Let's go. Let's get it. All right, I want to touch on something Bluckus says here. The biggest plot hole is that Sam and Tara get into the car in the park during the day, and it cuts to Gail getting attacked in her apartment at night. It's a good point. That is something I caught too when we got to the Gail scene, is how fast, within a few minutes it got dark. It's a really good point.
I think they were trying to point out
What do you got?
how long it could take to get to the other side of town, but it didn't make sense that Ghostface was already there and just happened to wait on them to get there.
Yeah, that's how I
Right.
took it. Was just like the difference of time was how they were trying to portray it, but it just seemed off with Ghostface being right in there. Which then leads to me also not thinking it was Quinn, but that's for different reasons.
Yeah, we're we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that scene for sure.
It's kind of you have to.
But no, that's a really good Lucka.
Well, didn't they do the same thing in part 5? Like when Sam and Dewey head off to the hospital because the cop's no longer there with Tara. Like they head off and it's bright, like midday, and then all of a sudden it's night, like in the next shot, and It's like, so you're telling me it took you like several hours to get to the hospital? Like, what's going on here?
Right. Exactly.
I would believe that it took them that long to get to Gail's apartment in New York City. Like, I would believe that's the case. The time it took to get there is not what catches me. What catches me is the fact that we know from the call being traced that Ghostface was already there.
Yeah.
So why would they wait several hours so that Sam and Tara could get there to prevent them from finishing the kill? Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Right. I agree. That's a really good point. It's a really good point. We talked this backstage. It's a good movie, but when you really rewatch it, it definitely does have may not be flaws, but there are flaws, and there are flaws that do need to be pointed out.
I think the script probably could have had
that's awesome.
I think they could have done with like 1 or 2 more rewrites of the script to catch a few more things, and it would have been so. Like, for me, I don't know where y'all rank it, but it would have given it like a 1 or 2 point jump out of 10 if they had just like taken another month to like go over that script and fine tune it. Because as someone who writes scripts myself, I know when you're in it, you're so excited about things and it all sounds great. But one of the best filters you can have is to put it away. Don't look at it for like a couple weeks or a month. Then go back and read it, and you will catch stuff that you never even caught before. And I think if they would have done that just one more time with this script, it would have been damn near flawless.
I agree. No, they definitely could have fine-tuned the script, and we know this for a fact. This was the B script. So, this wasn't even the original script that they wanted to work with. So, I wonder what that original script was. So let's
How they would have included Sydney
before we move. Not even just that, honestly, just how much different was the original script compared to what we got. You know what I mean? Even with Sydney, if you wouldn't have had her in it or not, or whatever, how much I feel like it would have been a lot different. That's just what I.
It's possible. I mean, maybe one day we'll see Marcus.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing it.
Both.
Like,
yeah, I mean, Scott, listen, we know for a fact Matthew wants to come back, man. Like, and he even said this at Invention when he was like in the middle of like the audience or whatever. It was like a big audience or whatever and stuff like that. And he was in the runway and he was talking to them and stuff. And they asked him about Scream 6 and they asked him about possibly Scream 7. And he said, listen, I'm not in Scream 6. Hopefully 7. I really do want to come back. I do think there's a way you can bring you back. He said, I'm also going to be playing the villain in Five Nights at Freddy's. So I'm hoping that performance might catch the eye, of these directors, and we'll see what happens. So, I mean, again, he wants to come back. And in my opinion, and we're going to get into it, don't worry, we are going to get into it. Scream 6 definitely showed you a lot of ways that either he is back or they are going to bring him back, or they're thinking about it at the least.
I think they've been thinking about it for a long time. The writers, Guy Busick, I remember one of the first interviews I saw with Guy Busick and James Vanderbilt. And one of the questions that was asked straight up was, if you could bring anyone back to the Scream franchise, alive or dead, who would it be? And before Guy Busick could even make a sound, James Vanderbilt goes, I'm going to jump on this grenade for him. I know who he's going to say. He's like, but we can't say it. And here's why. He's like, if you say it, then you're expected to do it. And that's why they will never answer the question if Stu's coming back unless they show it in the movie. Like, they'll never answer. I think they are intentionally giving us conflicting clues in the movie to make us so everyone on each side gets some evidence. Like, in my opinion, there was about 5 different things that pointed towards Stu in part 6. And half of them pointed one way, half of them pointed the other way. And I think that's intentional because we're all talking about it for literal years. Because after 5, what did we do?
Yep.
We talked about it all the way until 6. And now what are we doing? 6 came out. Now we're going to talk about it all the way till 7. It's free publicity to just keep us thinking that we're on the right side.
Exactly.
It's true. I don't think I could even put it any better myself. In all honesty, like, that is the truth. Like, they are definitely pandering to both sides of the argument. You mean, for sure, especially in Scream 6. I will say, before we really get into it, about Stu and all that stuff, that I do think that they lean more on the possibility they're leaning on bringing him back if they haven't already. They definitely did pander to the non-Stu believers. They definitely did do that. But I feel like just a little bit more. They kind of a little bit more towards Stoochers, as they like to call us now here. It's like that's the new term for people who Stu mockers a lot, Stu truthers. So I feel like they pandered just a little bit more to the Stu truthers characters, and we're definitely going to get into it. But what I want to ask you guys next is, okay, our core four. Eric, I'll start off with you.
What's that?
What? How do you feel about it? Did you like it? Did you not like it? And your reasonings for such?
I'm sorry, you kind of broke up there in the beginning of the question. What was the opening?
What are your thoughts on our core four characters, their character progression in Scream 6? Did you like it? Did you not like it? What are your reasonings?
I loved it. I think that was, in my opinion, the highlight of Scream 6 was the character arcs of the core four. Everyone wants to talk about the ghosts, the kills, the brutality, the set pieces. For me, the thing that stood out was the emotional moments you got with these characters. Like the dinner scene right before the whole breakout was one of the best scenes, I think, of any of the Scream movies. Like when they actually get to sit down and have a breath and start unpacking a little bit of trauma, like it was so real. And the fact that they were able to bring like some levity to that. And just for a second, amongst the horror that they've gone through, have a laugh. It was amazing. I love that scene. Like I said, I absolutely love the character growth. I don't think they could have done it any better in terms of their arcs, all their arcs. Except for Mindy. Maybe Mindy. Mindy didn't really have that much growth, in my opinion. In fact, I think she stayed the same. I don't like her now. I never liked her, but I still don't like her.
Well, at least I'm not going to be the only one getting shot and killed tonight.
What was that, Bob?
At least I'm not going to be the only one who gets shot tonight, per se, and I don't like Mindy in this one.
Bro, I found Mindy so annoying in this one. Like, so annoying.
Same. My mother had to tell me to shut up a few times because I started mumbling under my breath about how much I hated her.
Like, no, first of all, she got everything wrong. Like, she kind of picked the killers, but other than that, she got everything wrong. And when she was the very first time we see her, Annika's like, aren't you worried about being at a party? Like, since the last time you were at a party, you were almost killed. First of all, she wasn't almost killed. She got stabbed in the shoulder. Mindy, I think Mindy wanted Annika to die. I think Mindy wanted out of the relationship. That's why she took a year to cross that fucking ladder. Like, did you see how slow she went walking, getting across that ladder? She had one slash to the arm. That was it. And she was wincing like she was about to die. Annika had like a 4-inch slice wound in her gut and was going faster than Mindy was.
And I'm pretty sure I saw some, insides kind of popping out.
Exactly, but Mindy was acting like she was about to die from her little arm wound. She's the biggest drama queen, and I cannot believe they kept her alive.
What they should have said was, when Mindy, she should have looked at Annika and just went, "Oh, that's just a flesh wound." That's what she should have said pretty much. Just to establish she wants out of the relationship. That's the only thing we're missing is like one small insult.
I would have rather kept Annika alive than Mindy.
I could agree with that.
Ooh.
I could agree with that.
Damn, just sliced now. Listen, I mean, I do agree with that. Mindy was kind of annoying in this film. And you know what bothers me? And maybe it's just an editor, but the end of the film, Mindy comes running up, whatever, and she knows who the killers are. Like, and she was already predicting Ethan. Fuck, she knows Bailey. I feel like that was kind of shoehorned in at the end just to give Mindy an appearance, to show that she's alive. than that, the core 4 character development, especially with the Carpenter sisters, I thought was beautiful. Chad, beautiful.
Oh, Chad, dude. Chad was one of the best.
I love the most about
yeah.
Bro, what I loved about Chad in this film is that you still seen some of that kind of jockish side to him, but you also saw this really down to earth, smart, sympathetic guy. He's dumb jock. That's what they like to say that phrase. He is the complete opposite of that. You know what I mean? Like, and when I'm like watching him like pull out this performance, I'm just like, he's due over again to a degree.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he was fantastic in his role. Especially with understanding. Like you said, that dinner scene, when he comes up and he's like, hey, nobody here hates you. We all have been through some fucked up stuff. Like, you know what I mean? And we're all trying to figure out how to cope with it in our own way. Like you said, Eric, that was real. You felt that. And I think that's where I'm getting at with Chad, especially in his performance. He made you feel his dialogue. He made you feel what he was saying and stuff like that. And then the Carpenter sisters, I really love the character development in terms of you see Samantha trying to smother. No, you gotta let me for 5 years. And now you just follow me here to New York and you won't let me out. Another key piece of dialogue that I really am glad that they kind of touched on is when Tara says, Sam, what's your plan? What are you here for? Because that was one of my biggest things going into the film I mean, obviously you can go to college, at any age, but I didn't, especially from Scream 5, I didn't get the feeling that Samantha was going to be going to school in this film. You know what I mean? So when Tara touches on that, she's like, you work 2 shitty jobs, but you help pay rent. But what's your plan? Why are you here? You know what I mean? Like, there's no real reason for you to be here. I get it. You're trying to, protect me, but there's no real reason for you to be here. And the reason why I bring that up is because now this is the second day where, granted, they lured Samantha back to Woodsboro. You guys know I have my reservations about that. But this is the second damn movie where these kids are getting attacked because of your ass. If you're really trying so hard to protect your sister, why would you go with her? You know what I mean? Knowing that you are the main target. So the fact that they touched on that dialogue with Tara and Sam, like asking Sam, why are you here? Like, what's your plan? What are you doing? I thought that was really good to touch on that because I was wondering the same damn thing or whatnot. But I love the character development, and Radio Silence said this with Samantha. I love the fact that they're blurring the lines between killer and victim. I love that because instances, and you see it where she puts on the case. She's slowly embracing that dark side. But at the end of the day, she's still a final girl. I like how they're blurring those lines a little bit. I really do. And I thought Melissa definitely did way better in this film, acting-wise, than she did in 5. I thought the tears, the emotion was way more believable in 6 than I did in 5. Jenna, I don't need to say nothing about her. She's a great actress. Wait, did you say no, Eric?
No, when you said I don't need to say nothing about Jenna, I think there's a delay on my end because you said You said I don't need to say nothing about Jenna. I'm like,
Yeah.
nah, you don't. Like she killed it.
Yeah,
I was agreeing with you. I think there's just a little delay though.
Oh, got you. But yeah,
By the way,
man,
I did want
like,
to say something else about Chad.
yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
He through the entire movie. First of all, when Ethan says what did he call him? Like an egotistical something, like a guy literally named Chad. I'm like, what are you talking about? Because everything we saw about Chad in the entire movie was him trying to help people. He was trying to help Ethan meet a girl. He was trying to help him like break out of his shell. Like literally the entire movie, he was just trying to help. That's what he was doing the whole time.
Right.
And I'm like, that's even at his own peril. Like, even if it got him stabbed 17 times, by the way, I counted. And that's the most accurate count I could get because some of the times the camera cuts away. But roughly 17 times he got stabbed.
No, I agree with you. What you said about, that whole dialogue with Ethan. Like when he said that too, I'm just like, yeah, bro, you're definitely not talking about the right Chad. I don't know what Chad you were paying attention to when you were caught up in your whole, mastermind world trying to, plan everything. But definitely Chad was the complete opposite of what he portrayed him out to be. Like Chad, like you said, was definitely always trying to help. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. He was trying to help you score some chicks because you were too shy. And you gonna call him egotistical? If he was egotistical, he would have been trying to get at all them girls and left you behind. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so, but like, yes, I agree. Chad, I'll put it this way: out of all the core 4 characters, and Bob, I'll ask you first. Out of all the core 4 characters, who had the best performance?
Well, personally, and this goes into biasism with my own past trauma, I have to give it to Melissa Barrera for portraying that even better this time around. Now you're off the medication. Now you see a different side of you. See, when I was on antipsychotics and antidepressants, I was the same way. No emotion, nothing would faze me. You could put literally something in front of me that I would typically cry if I'm not on drugs. I just stare at it and give fake tears, like crocodile tears for people, just to try to show emotion. So to me, this showed another side, and I cried at times in the film, especially before that dinner scene, because it connected to me. So for me, it's that. Second best is definitely by far Mason Gooding and Chad. For me, I mean, those two are neck and neck. Like, it could vary on the day of what I'm feeling.
Right.
And I think they
the apple don't fall too far from the tree with Mason.
No, it doesn't.
Well, let's hope it falls a little further in some ways. Just saying, Papa Gooding's in a little trouble right now that I hope Mason never gets into.
I know. I saw that.
Got 2 colors done.
Yeah.
Let's go.
What's up?
Before that shit is looking sharp, bro.
Oh, it'll be done here in about 10, 15 minutes.
Sharp, bro. I lagged before. I said it lagged, but I caught it. I would say I caught it before it started to lag. Mayan says, no, I love Mindy. And real quick, Thomas Hewitt. Sorry, Tom. Read your chat real quick. I've had it up here for a second now. Thomas says, I shot some of the promotional stuff if y'all want to go through it and see what made and didn't make the movie. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Hit me up on my IG and send away, man. I would love to see what you found.
Yeah, I'd love to see that too.
And if you guys haven't so already, this stream helps out with the YouTube algorithm, and be sure to subscribe to Hunting for Entertainment and Theater Entertainment if you are not subscribed to their channel already. Great content creators and even better. What's going on, Eric? What's up?
Oh no, I was just being like when you said subscribe to their channels. It's yeah, thank you.
Yeah. No. Okay. So we talked about the 4 core characters. I think we all agree that their performances was way better, with the exception of Mindy, maybe, because Mindy kind of was a little flat in this one. Now let's move on to the return of one Kirby Reed. What are you, and do you see of Kirby Reed performance, see her returning for Scream 7?
Could you repeat that? You kind of were cutting in and out on that one.
Yeah,
I couldn't hear
what is your thoughts on Kirby Reed's return in Scream 6? Do you like her performance, and do you think she will be in Scream 7 if Scream 7 gets done?
For me personally, I enjoyed the return to see Kirby back. I felt at times it was a little lackluster. We could have gotten a little more of her character than what we did get. But as a starting point for her to return and not be killed off, I think she's returning for 7. I think it's going to be a safe bet. Even if they can't get Nev, it's a safe bet to guarantee we can at least get Hayden back for Kirby in 7. And I think she's going to play a key role in that. I think they're going to have another kind of like A and B script situation where they can plan something out in case one thing goes wrong.
Yeah, that's interesting. Eric, what are your thoughts on Kirby? Do you like her performance? What do you think about her return to Scream 6? And do you think she'll be in Scream 7?
I loved her performance. I love the fact that she returned. I think it's a good honor to Wes because we all know Wes wanted her to come back. We all know what his plans were for her character. So I love the fact that they brought her back. This is what I'm about to say is probably going to get me some hate, but I'll give you my reasoning. I do think she'll be in 7, but she might be the opening kill for 7. So hear me out. Follow this projection, this character projection, if you will. In Scream 1, we got mentions of Cotton Weary. We didn't actually see the character in real life. We got a mention on TV. In Scream 2, we got a few little scenes with him, right? And in Scream 3, you think he's going to be a big part, but he dies in the opening kill. Now, in Scream 5, we didn't get actual Kirby Reed. We got a little mention of Kirby Reed on that YouTube video. Scream 6, we got a little bit of Kirby Reed sprinkled throughout of the movie. Scream 7, we think she's going to be a big part. She could be the opening kill.
Oh, that's a really good take, in all honesty, because how you just broke that down, it makes a lot of sense. It definitely does. Wow, I didn't look at it from that way.
It would suck because I don't want her to die, but I think that could be where we're going with it.
Well, seeing as you're the first person that brought that up, if that happens, I'm going to blame you.
Hey, listen. Anything's possible, as we all know.
Hey, for me, I want Gail to be the opening kill in 7 while she's still in the hospital.
Eric might have a point there.
Oh, he does.
No, go for it, Bob. What'd you say?
For me, I'd rather Gail die in the opening scene while she's still in the hospital. But thinking about it, Kirby is the most logical choice with those explanations that Eric just gave us. It is a very Cotton Weary-like situation. And they are marrying 1, 2, and 3, it seems.
It's very true.
And she's Kirby, one character that if she was killed in the opening, that would bring back Sydney and the Core 4. That gets to all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
If they killed Gail, for instance, obviously
that is true.
Sydney's coming out.
Yeah.
But at the end of Sam and Tara kind of hated Gail throughout this movie. So I'm not sure they would go that route to try to get to Sam and Tara again. And even if they did get to Sam and Tara, that would kind of exclude Chad and Mindy. So if they killed Kirby, I don't know. I feel like because did other than the shrine, Kirby and or not Kirby, but other than the shrine, I don't even think Chad and Mindy were around Gail.
No.
Right?
Nope.
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't.
You could argue maybe near the hospital with Mindy and Gail, but she would have just ran past that if Gail was being brought in at that, or ran past the room and not even known it. That'd be the only connection there with Mindy and Gail you could compare.
But yeah, in this one you had Mindy and Chad in the van with Kirby talking about their uncle. So I feel like it would work out if it was Kirby, because Kirby kind of brings everyone in.
Yeah, it would.
I was fairly caught a lag real quick. I'll restart that. Okay, so I personally was fairly disappointed with Kirby's return. And the reason why is because I just felt like it was a little flat, but to a degree, I felt like that was intentional. I also think that they made her a massive red herring, which I enjoyed, but I also think there's an even bigger plan in play, and I think that Kirby, I don't think she's going to die if she does come back in Stream 7. I think she's going to be revealed as one of these masterminds, man. And the reason why I say that is because yes, I agree. And Eric, I know you got my that clip I sent you and stuff, and I actually did a video on it, and I actually got some still shots. I'll show it here, and you know you're gonna have your assumptions. Everybody's gonna have their assumptions and might not agree that this person walking past Samantha Carpenter and Tara Carpenter is Charlie. But there's something I'll get into it before I show the images. 5-star Tributes, who's a loyal subscriber here on the channel, and he was supposed to come in and join us tonight, but I want to assume maybe something. But over the last couple of weeks, he was sending me he's also a person who believed leading into this film that Charlie Walker could have been alive. And he sent me this clip of Kirby when she's outside of the shrine before they go inside for the final act. And she's looking at this theater. And I want to say it's the same theater that they go into, but the theater that she's looking at is very reminiscent to the theater that you see in Scream 4 scene when Charlie has Sydney and Gail come in to do the Q&A. And if you look back on his board, or whatnot, you can see the theater that is on that board or whatnot. Another thing that kind of, makes me believe is really, really fishy in this film. And I mean, you can make the argument that it was the brother and the sister who knocked her out. But my whole thing is, where does she go in between that time? Like, why did you feel the need to run off and do your own thing and not stay with the group? You know, like, there's just so many things with Kirby, and I get it. You know, that's a red herring supposed to like. But I just don't get the feeling this is the same Kirby Reed that we know and love. And another thing that led me to believe that as well is this scene where we see he's discussing, you know, the Ghostface board with Detective Bailey, and she gets a phone call. Now, why this stood out to me is because usually throughout Scream 5 and Scream, when we see somebody getting a phone call, we see who's calling that person. With Kirby's scene, you didn't see who was calling her. She looks down at her phone and then she says, oh, okay, you know, basically tells Dermot to tell Quinn, you know, stay sharp, you know, proximity to the Carpenter sisters is proximity to Ghostface. And then she don't know who called her. Like, that scene was just really, really funny. And after gets killed, accidentally pops up. I just more lagging. But it's two scenes in this movie, for me, this lag is starting to get a little annoying. This just Kirby's performance in here was lackluster. I'm happy to see her back. But I think there's potential that she's involved in an even bigger plan. Because I'm just going to come out and say it, and I'll get into it here more during the stream. I think there's more killers in Scream 6 that were not revealed outside of the Gale scene and what we believe to be Stu Macher, what have you, and all that. I think there are more killers in this film that weren't working together, per se, with the Baileys. And for me, after rewatching the film, there was a couple instances that, you know, definitely led me to believe that. And we're going to touch on that. And Kirby's part of that. But I'm going to bring this up here. I'm going to bring the clip up. Well, the pictures the stand that I got. Now, Eric, you guys got a clip from me tonight. And this is the clip that's 5-Star Tribute sent me about Rory Culkin being the one who's walking past Samantha and Tara in that scene where Sam gets her first call from Ghostface. Now, the reason why I took standstill shots of this is because in this clip, in the video clip itself, it's for me, it's telling. It is a clip, and you kind of might not think it's him, which is why I took standstills. But I'm going to play the clip now, and then I'm going to put up the photos. And then, Eric, I'm going to start off with you on your thoughts on, do you believe this is Roy Culkin, a.k.a. Charlie Walker, walking past the Carpenter sisters? Yeah. If I died, dead and gone, would you miss me? All I taste is blood and my tears when you kiss me. Now that and that's it.
That's the same one you sent me the other night?
Night to get it more definitive.
I can't hear you.
I said I actually went back into that scene and slowed it down, and I got the best still shots that I could get. And this is it right here. Do you believe this is Charlie Walker, aka Rory Culkin, walking to Carpenter sisters in the? No,
I don't. I think I personally believe Charlie's dead. We've had this discussion. I everything I've watched and seen from the scene in part 5, I think he's dead. If it was him, it wouldn't make sense to me. I think they would be adding too many elements to where the movie got like too convoluted, if that makes sense.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I mean, and you're right that way. You know what I mean? And stuff like, I've talked about it here on the channel about the possibility of there being a cult of ghost faces, possibly with Stu, that might consist of killers from previous franchises that we thought were dead that may be alive and stuff like that. And I'm not gonna lie, me personally, I do believe this is Roy Culkin, aka Charlie Walker, walking past him in this scene. However, and I said this in my video, and I'm gonna, clarify this, here again. I do understand that if this is Roy Culkin in this scene, he could very well just be making a cameo as a street civilian walking past the Carpenters. Does not mean that he is portraying Charlie Walker in this scene and Charlie Walker is alive. But given the fact that we now know who that special cameo was, which was comedian Tim Robinson as one of Quinn's boyfriends in the background, the one who says, "Who the fuck is Paul?" I personally feel like if this is, and I do believe this is Roy as Charlie, there's a reason they did this. And I believe that there's an even bigger plan at works here, and it could potentially involve Charlie Walker and Kirby Reed from Scream 4.
I thought the special cameo was I thought the special cameo was Richie.
No, I mean, not necessarily. No, they came out and said that the special cameo was actually the audio for Tim Robinson in that background. They did confirm that.
Okay.
I thought it was both, to be honest.
You can make a case that it is both. And like I said, you can make a case that if this is Roy Culkin, this is just a quick cameo as well, portraying the street, somebody from the street walking past the Carpenter sisters. And the reason why I don't think that that's out of character is because, or impossible to think, is because we know we were supposed to get a lot of Scream 4 references in this film. Why have one of the killers from Scream 4 do a quick 3-second cameo walking past our new Core 4 victims and all that stuff as a homage, or just just paying honor to the character, or just throw it in as an Easter egg for Scream 4, whatever, and stuff like that. Like, you can make the same case with this as well. But what I found interesting about this or whatever is that in the seconds that you get to see his face, now this may just, over the top theory, but when you get a clear shot at his face, it's a 3-second clip of his face. The next film is going to be the third film of Radio Silence's iteration of Scream. I'm just saying, I listen, and Eric, you know this, you know what I mean? If they are going to bring any dead killers back, you know what I mean? Charlie's in that mix for me. I would not mind seeing, if they made it make sense, I would not mind seeing Charlie Walker being alive as well as Stu Macher. Even if it's just them two, like the ghost killers from previous franchises who came back, or who we thought were dead that came back that weren't really dead. I personally would not mind, because for me personally, if you are going to say any Ghostface killers, I mean, we didn't get Angelina revealed as a Ghostface killer. So as we believe that she's alive, we really can't count her. But out of the ones that we supposedly seen dead, Charlie and Stu, for me, are the most believable to come back. And I get it, he got stabbed in the heart, again, I did a video about this. You know, there's been cases in real life where people have gotten stabbed even twice in the heart, and the doctors were able to fix them up, and they didn't even have no after effects, injuries, nothing from, you know, that wound and stuff. So for me, you know what I mean, if they are gonna bring any dead killers back and form it into a cult, me personally, I think Stu and Charlie are the most believable. But that's just my thoughts on these shots. Do you believe that this is Roy Culkin, aka Charlie Walker? And if you do believe that this is Roy Culkin in his shot, do you believe he is Charlie Walker in the scene? Or do you think this is a quick cameo and he's just playing a street civilian walking the streets of New York City? And the reason why I believe that is impossible to think is because you guys got to keep in mind, Roy Culkin is from New York City. So, Bob, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts is it is Charlie Walker. And to me, I could be looking into it because the way the shadows are in this, the way he's looking, it kind of looks like he recognizes Sam and Tara, and we don't know who he's on the phone with. It very well could be Kirby. And it goes into what you were saying with that phone call and everything. Remember, Sam was a freshman while they were kind of seniors. And Kirby makes a line saying, I want the monsters to be afraid of me. Everybody's kind of making Sam out to be a monster. I mean, just saying. I mean, we could have Stu, Charlie, and Kirby going after Sam. Just a possibility. But that's just my thoughts on it.
You both made great points, though, because I definitely do see where Eric is coming from. Because especially if they don't do a little bit of convoluted, but I'm just optimistic that if they were to do this right, this could happen. And maybe it's just a bias in me because I like Charlie. You know this, Eric, and you know this, Bob. I rocks with Charlie. With, you know, a lot of people don't rock with Charlie.
Well, you know I'm right up there with you.
I like.
I love Charlie.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad I'm not alone.
Bro, I think Charlie is one of the most underrated ghost faces in the whole franchise. And when everyone was talking about brutality of this new ghost face in 6 and how violent he was, I was watching it and I'm like, I don't see a single thing in here that lives up to what Charlie did in part 4. With Olivia, man, Charlie did work.
Yes, he left her entire insides out of bed. Like, you know, whoever killed Jason, you know, they left a little piece hanging out of his stomach, but they didn't go to town like Charlie did. Like, you know, Charlie was a ruthless. And, you know, I get why some people don't like Charlie because, you know, the whole he doesn't have much character beyond being Ghostface. And, you know, because of that just kind of, you know, makes them feel like, you know, waters him being Ghostface down. But for me personally, I love the fact that he's not this outlandish, batshit crazy type of character. I like the fact that he's kind of a cornball and he has these cheesy one-liners, you know, when he's talking to Kirby, trying to shoot his shot. I love that. You know, it adds a different of, especially from a Ghostface that they didn't see, because up until that point, you know what I mean, even with Jill in that movie, you know, Roman was kind of over the top, Jill was a little over the top, Mrs. Loomis was over the top, Mickey was over the top, Billy, Stu, you know, Charlie, in terms of personality, he was like the chillest one. Like, and I guess that's why I really like him and stuff, because it was different. You know, he was somebody different.
Until he was on the call with you. Then he kind of was a little crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. You know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, he didn't, like, even with those characters, like, with Stu, you know, you've seen the top goofiness and stuff. With Billy, you can see that he had that sinister kind of over the top, you know, aura about him. Mrs. Loomis, even before she got revealed, her persistence of, you know, over the top persistence of around Gail, you know, Mickey, You know what I mean? Like him and his over the top, stuff about films and movies and all that stuff. Roman, somebody's going to kill my movie and stuff. All those characters had this over the topness of them. And Charlie, up until he got, into Ghostface mode, he wasn't nothing like. He was just, he was, a dork. And I loved it.
Yeah.
But again, guys, I don't know, man. Like, I do, like me personally, I do think this is him. I do think that he definitely could have survived his wounds. And I think this is just an even plan at work, because I do believe there are more killers in Scream 6 that they didn't reveal. But that's just me.
I don't know, man. I had a thought that there could have been one, but since rewatching it and revisiting it, I don't think there was.
See, and I got to upload it here or whatnot. I forgot to bring it to add it to my overlay section. But Ryan sent me a shot of the subway scene when they're about to all get on a train before, they get separated. And that same person in the hood that you see in that clip, that I believe Charlie, is standing there in that subway scene.
Okay,
Just
so
saying.
I wasn't going,
it could be nothing.
Going crazy.
No, it's the same. It's the same person, and that's why. I believe there's something more happening. And could I be wrong? Sure. Scream 7 might go in a completely different direction that might not even include these theories that we're talking about or have about Charlie, Kirby, or what have you. I'm fully aware of that, but I'm optimistic from what they showed in Scream 6, at least from my perspective. I'm optimistic that we could be getting a cult of ghost faces, and a couple of them might be killers that we thought were dead that are not so dead after all. And speaking of not dead killers, I think this is the perfect time to segue into the Gale Weathers scene and Gale Weathers herself. So before we really get into Gale Weathers' scene and start breaking that down, I will ask you, I'll start with you, Bob. What are your thoughts on Gale Weathers in Scream 6? Did you like her performance? And were you shocked that they actually had her survive in this film?
Okay, well, for me, I loved the performance. I felt like it was kind of a callback to, going back to original Gale. She has to make her money and everything, and that's the Gale we do know at the end of the day, unfortunately. I know a lot of people are like, oh, why would Gale take a step back and do what she said she wasn't going to do? Gale's pretty much always done that when you think about that. Even in 4, she was trying to write a book and everything, and she couldn't because nothing really had happened to them. So for me, this was the same Gale that I was used to. Loved the performance. Heck, I even loved the scene when Gale got punched by Tara. I mean, come on. The way you could tell that was not in the script, because I've heard from people that wasn't in there, and you could kind of see that smile on Courtney's face when she got that punch. It's like they kind of were just literally bantering, like, "Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're not." You could feel like a real connection there. Kind of like with the whole Dewey thing, you had a little bit of realism there when they finally reconnected in 5. So for me, it was perfect. And also, I'm not totally shocked they allowed Gale to live. I mean, she's hanging by a thread. I mean, she's barely hanging in there. So in a way, she is right. Ghostface didn't get her yet. He didn't get her. She is a fighter, just like Chad at the end of the day, and Dewey was. And Sid. So for me, I loved everything they did with her character, and I loved how she performed.
Hell yeah. What are your thoughts on Gale Weathers' character, and were you shocked?
I hated her. I hated the character in this one. I hated her as much as I did in part 2. I didn't hate her in part 1. I'm like, okay, this is who they're setting up. And then part 2, I'm like, okay, she should have grown a little, and she kind of did, but she always regressed. 4 was the first time we'd seen her not regress back. Then 5, she didn't regress back at all. Like, her and Dewey weren't together anymore, but she hadn't gone back as a character. And I'm one of the people that Bob pointed out. I think it was I don't think it was a good thing that her character regressed, not because of who she is as a character. That's fine. If she wants to be that way as a character, it's whatever. The thing that gets me about it is the disrespect to Dewey, because she said she was going to honor Dewey and she didn't. And that is what I cannot forgive. And I would have been okay if she was massacred by multiple ghost faces. At least I didn't think Ghostface did enough damage, honestly. I would have liked to seen Ghostface throw her off that balcony and physically see her splat at the bottom. But I am not surprised that she lived at all. I said it in my prediction on the Monday. I did a prediction video the Monday before the movie came out. I said it. I said there's no chance they're killing Gale. They had just killed Dewey. So they had just instilled the fear in us that a main character could have died. So they're not gonna kill anyone because we have that fear so fresh in us. So I didn't think there was a chance in hell they were gonna kill Gale. In terms of performance, I can't knock Courtney at all. She did great. She performed the role perfectly as I knew she was going to. She's Courtney Cox. But the character itself, could not stand her. If she's the opening kill in 7, I just hope they make it painful.
Yeah, give us the Scream 3 voice changer and just torment her with Dewey, please.
Oh,
Make
man.
it sting.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want that voice changer to come back, and I want Ghostface to do the part 5 thing where they put the voice changer in the mask so they can use it on the go. And I want her to be talking. I want Ghostface to be talking to Gale in Dewey's voice as they're butchering her.
Yes.
So like physical pain with emotional pain, same time.
Well, it's funny you brought up the voice modulator from not only Scream 3 but from Scream 5. How you said they had it in the mask or whatnot. Mm-hmm. It's funny you brought that up because I don't know if you guys noticed this, but Tony Revolori had one. You can hear it turn on when before he cuts to Ghostface's voice. You can hear that same that sound makes in the hospital in Scream 5 with that voice modulator. Now, what I caught, what was interesting as well, is when he places the mask on his mantle and all that stuff, you don't see the voice modulator in there. So I kind of feel like that was another editing error that they missed on as well, because I'm like, wait a minute. I said the voice modulator would have had to come out the mask in order for you to put that on the mantle. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise it would have just fell out. You know what I mean? Like, and he had the same one because if, like I said, if you listen closely to when, he's about to switch over to Ghostface's voice, you hear that same noise that you hear in the hospital scene in Scream 5 with that voice modulator in the mask. And I thought that was interesting you brought that up. I don't know if you guys caught that.
I did catch that. And I do think it was a little bit of an editing thing, because there's also, if you take into consideration Gale's scene, Gale is actively on the phone with Ghostface while Ghostface is apparently on the other side of the same room as her, and she can't hear it. Like, right. Doesn't really. Are you talking about my drawing, Two Boys? Because I just finished it, by the way.
I agree with you.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Let's see it.
hold on. Let me turn off the virtual background here so you can
Okay.
actually see it.
Ooh,
Crisp and clean.
bro. That bad boy. Wow. Damn, Eric. Yeah. Man, one of those for myself. Oh, shit.
Oh yeah, so I
That thing
actually
is
do.
hot.
I'm gonna have to get going in like 15 minutes. So if you want to figure out who gets this,
Okay.
I see two boys saying giveaway for your 1K.
What?
Yeah, I was about to say you can give it away now, from what I understand. But if you want to figure out who gets it, then all they need to do is hit me up on Insta.
You know what? I'm going to, and this is, and I hope nobody else in the chat takes offense to this, please. You know, if we, have Bearded here on the channel again, we could do something like this again. But I'm gonna say send it to two boys. You know what I mean?
All
and
right.
stuff. Give that away to two boys.
All right. Two boys. If you don't follow me on
So
Instagram,
there you go, two
follow
boys
me.
in Scary Pop.
Yeah, if you don't follow me on Instagram, go follow me on Instagram. Shoot me your address. I'll put it in a little frame. Anyone who has one from me already, I have them all. I'm sending them out on Friday, so hit me up before then. I do have a couple more that I've done recently. Well, I already showed you all, but a couple of them I've done already that are in frames already. I am going to. What's today's date? I gotta sign it.
Today's it's still the 28th right now.
28 for another 29 or another 19 minutes. All right, I'm gonna sign it. I always sign them at the end and put the date and what like the stream we're on.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
Heck yeah.
There you go. There you go, two boys. You're welcome, buddy. You are so
Bro, actually, if you want to do like
chat,
if
hold on real quick. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say if you do want to do like a joint 1K celebration,
What were you saying, Eric?
If you do want to do like a celebration together at some point, I'll put together like 4 or 5 of them, and then we could do some games or something and give them away at the end.
Hell yes. Hell yeah, man. That's a great idea. I'm down for it. We can only plan that.
Yeah. Man, just let me know.
Chat like even myself, yeah, absolutely. Even me myself, like you know what I mean, with other stuff, you know what I mean, here coming along the channel and stuff like that. I have merch that I've been, kind of building up. That's why I haven't been really saying much because I've been adding stuff and all that stuff. Doing certain little giveaways every once in a while as well for you guys, showing your support to the channel and just for believing in the putting out. So I don't want anybody here in the chat to be upset that I picked two boys and their scary pops or whatever. There will be plenty of more opportunities for you to get a chance to get something on a giveaway on this stream for sure. Or whenever we do lives, whenever I do live stream in the future and stuff, that is definitely going to be on the table.
Yeah, man. I love doing them. I do them on my off time. I showed you the Jason one I'm doing for night. So yeah, I was thinking what I would like to do on one is put a wheel up. Like everyone who comes in the chat, I put a wheel up with their name, and then I just click it and have it randomly select one. That way you can't, no one can get mad. And then when someone wins, take their name off the wheel. That way the next time you spin, they don't get another one. So, but yeah, man, I'll put together 4 or 5 different ones. I'll probably do like a Michael and a Jason to throw in there as well. And then, yeah, have a good old time with it.
Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. Hell yes. Mayan said one sometime. Don't worry, man. You will. Don't you
You're
worry.
on
Like I
my
said,
streams a lot too.
Yes. And that's what I'm saying. We're definitely going to be putting some things together for that here on this channel and stuff like that as well. And stuff for you support and everything. Like, you know what I mean? Because I want you guys to be able to get some cool stuff too.
All right, Marcus, just to let you know, I'm gonna have to leave in like 5 or 10 minutes. So
Heard that. Okay. Being that it's got to leave like 5 or 10 minutes. Start with you then with the Gale. What you were about to say, buddy?
I was just gonna say Two Boys. I believe it's bearded_entertainment_YouTube. I think that's my Instagram. I don't know it right offhand. If you follow Marcus, I'll hit Marcus up to get your Instagram and I'll reach out to you.
Yep, sounds like a plan.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
just hit,
so we'll make sure you get
either
it.
one of us up on IG. Absolutely, make sure you get. All right, Eric. So you got 5-10 minutes, my friend. So I'll start with you. You already shared your thoughts on Gale Weathers, etc. What about the scene in general? What do you feel about the scene? And do you think that the Gale Weathers scene, out of any scene throughout the movie, showed more Stu Macher clues, if anything?
I think.
And what?
I think the chase is what made me think it was Stu. Specifically toward the end, when you hear the grunts coming out of Ghostface that are just it's not a we know what Quinn sounds like. It just did not sound. It sounded like a man. Like it sounded exactly like what Stu sounded like chasing Sydney up the stairs in part 1. Like it sounds exactly like that. In terms of the conversation, there was a lot of stuff that called back to Gale's entire time in the franchise that it wouldn't really make sense for the new Ghostfaces to know or care about. Like it almost seemed like they were reminiscing with Gale, which doesn't make sense because they don't know Gale. They've never met Gale. At this point at this point she's met Bailey. She kind of met Ethan too, I guess, because he went into the shrine, but like they don't know each other, so it was odd to me that they're trying to have this connection with Gale even though they don't know her. So I wouldn't say it was the most clues to Stu in the movie, but the grunting definitely didn't give me Quinn vibes. I'll say that.
All right. I'm right there with you, man. So, Bob, what are your things like the weather scene? Like, and do you believe that this scene, out of any scene in an entire film, showed more Stu Macher clues than what are your thoughts?
Okay, for me, I kind of have to agree with Eric. I wouldn't say this gave us the most scenes with him, but it definitely doesn't make any logical sense for it to be Quinn, Bailey, or either. I mean, they really don't know anything. Now, we can make an argument about Charlie as well in this from 4, but even that wouldn't make any sense. And to me, it's got to be somebody from Woodsboro. Even if you want to argue Richie's phone and that was technically Woodsboro, but that doesn't make sense because Sam would have picked up on that in 5. Like, you tell me she wouldn't have noticed something like that and kind of picked up on clues because he's supposed to be from a different town. So it's definitely somebody that was from Woodsboro. And I'm leaning towards Stu or Charlie, or maybe the cult of Ghost Faces. So that's where I'm kind of laying into on this. And I guess the only logical thing you could say with it being Quinn was they already had the fake death and maybe she was hiding in there. But come on, sooner or later with these male grunts, you have to stop and put in some female grunts or something. If you want us to buy that it's supposed to be a woman doing these killings, like you're trying to say, oh, Amber killed Dewey. Oh, Quinn attacked Gale. Come on with this. It's getting old. I just can't buy it.
They even part 2, they did have female grunts for Debbie Salt's kill. Like you could hear her. Like, and if we're expected to ignore the fact that the stunt double that is Ghostface is so much taller, fine, look over that. But the sound, like, that's one thing Wes always did, is they recorded ADR. They recorded grunts from Stu and from Billy to add in there, so it was believably them audibly.
Yep.
You're not going to tell me that you're doing the same thing to make us think that it's Quinn, but you're purposely giving us a male grunt. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So yep. And honestly, it's gonna have it doesn't affect anything as grand as I want it to. Like, if you find out that, okay, we think Amber killed Dewey, whatever. I don't buy it, but whatever if she did. But if you find out in retrospect that Stu killed Dewey, that, like, people are gonna flip out. Like, that is so huge. Not only is Stu alive, but he was there, and he's the one who gutted Dewey. Like, that'd be crazy, man.
And then he was trying to kill Gale. Then would leave next for Sydney in 7, but he kind of got ruined in 6 just by Sam and Tara showing up.
No, I agree. I put it this way. I don't, in terms of like throughout the movie, like that was the Stu clue, if you want to say that scene. But they definitely did have it sprinkled in very. And first about Quinn, the thing that I go to, what is my go-to, is we got to remember this. Brooks had his throat slit and was stabbed in his stomach. If you look at his body, you can see the wounds. At that point, before he gets tossed, he's dead weight. You expect this girl to really be that strong to pick up somebody's dead weight? That's now, if it's somebody who's 6'4" and over 200 pounds, something like that, I give them more of a chance to have enough strength to maybe do that. You know what I mean? Not some girl who's Liana's 5'7", but I want to say arguably anywhere between 140, 150 pounds soaking wet.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'd say about that.
Maybe. You know, so that right there is my go-to. You know what I mean? The dead weight. It's not physically possible, in my opinion. Then the dialogue on the phone, like you guys said, you know, the way Ghostface is talking to Gale, you know, like he knows her, nostalgia, stuff like that. But there's another thing that I caught in the dialogue. Well, two things I caught in dialogue, and I said in my video. When he talks about them, Amber and Richie killing Dewey, you realize how they gave Richie and Amber the credit. Now, the reason why I say that's important, now I get it, Richie was her partner. But Radio Silence went through, in so many ways, hell and high water after 5 to make it official that they do that scene. But you referenced killers, which ain't possible because Richie was right there. He was already in the elevator. That stood out to me. Then you know, you couldn't starve up Chris Goose. Small. You hold on, go through. Yeah, it's going through a lag real quick. But come on.
1 second. I don't want to interrupt. I just want to say, what's up, Craven? See you in the stream, my man.
Hey,
oh,
buddy.
Wow. Steven. What's going on, my man? I'm so glad you can make it in. We was just talking
and
about
I want to
you
show you my
as
drawing.
well. Shit is that is so awesome, man.
That is amazing.
And Steven, man, I'm so glad you was able to stop in, Steven, man. I hope you're feeling better, buddy. One day at a time, man. By the way, Steven, and I'm sure you saw it in that video I sent you, through night. But we got to get you some royalty checks for them using the Core 4 line in Scream 6 because you're the one who came up with that.
Right?
Just saying. Like he needs to get we need to get him some royalty checks. Like
yeah.
But like I was saying about, the scene with Gail or whatnot, the dialogue on the phone when Ghostface says, carved Dewey up like a Christmas goose. The only time you ever got a Christmas reference in the Scream franchise was in 96 in the hallway of the high school when, those guys are dressed up as Ghostface and they're clowning around. And Sydney's like, why are they doing this? And Stu says, what, are you kidding me? Look at this place. It's like Christmas. That stood out to me. It may be small, but that is the only time we ever got a Christmas reference in the franchise. And then another thing that stood out in the dialogue is when Ghostface said to Gail, you weren't there while Dewey was screaming in his own gut. Like, to me, that sounds like somebody who was there while Dewey was getting gutted up. Like, how would you know how he sounds while he's dying? You know what I mean? Like, that, it may not be nothing, but that to me stood out. Like, how would you know how he is sounding in his impending death? Like, go ahead, Eric.
I just want to say, man, thanks so much for having me, but I do gotta just sign off.
All right, my friend. Hey, thank you for stopping on by and having this conversation with us. And we are definitely going to have more conversations. And we're going to, put that celebration live stream together. And Steven, if you're still here, we're not doing it until you're feeling better, buddy. So, yeah.
Yeah, man. Hey, hit me up on Instagram. We'll get it figured out. By the way, Two Boys, I did get your message, so we're good to go there. Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. It's wonderful as always. Can't wait to do it again.
Have a good one.
Eric. Absolutely, buddy. You enjoy the rest of your night, and we will definitely talk soon. All right, give me a second real quick, Bob, because I gotta plug in the charger because this bad boy's dying. So give me 1 second. But you can go ahead and play to the audience. You're familiar here on the channel with me. You're no stranger. So go for it, buddy.
I'm not. All I have to say with what you were saying with that, I mean, it has to be somebody from the past. I don't care, even like you were saying with Christmas, it could be Stu. But also, I mean, Charlie has that past too, to somewhat know that because of the past with Jill. Jill could have said things if she knew things about the past. So things could still add up with Charlie. I definitely, to me, has to be one of those two, in my humble opinion, because it's a Woodsboro number. I'm not buying Quinn having Richie's phone and Richie's phone being Woodsboro, because Sam would have picked up on that no matter what. I don't care how bad you are on drugs. It's just common sense you would see that because of Wes's number being Woodsboro as well. And that's just, I'm sure she probably had Tara's number saved up too, so that 707 would stand out to her. So it's got to be somebody from the past that we think is dead and is still alive. That's all I can say with that.
Uh-oh.
Little lag. You're a little frozen.
I expected that. I expect that to happen because I just plugged the charger in. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So I agree
does
with you,
happen
man,
with the
because oh yeah. But I agree with you, Bob, because again, and I remember when I went back and rewatched the movie and I saw it in the theater when the phone, started ringing. And I saw there was numbers on that bad boy. And I'm like, oh, this is different because in Scream 5, remember we got the unknown caller.
Yes,
we didn't see no digits. I'm like, oh. I'm like, hold up. When I'm sitting there, my mind start racing. I'm like, when I get home, I gotta find to watch it at home, and I'm gonna break it down. And when I saw that 707 area code, bro, I was like, yo, they're doing that for a reason. This is not being done for no reason. Everybody, you got to think. They decide, and this, I don't know if you picked up on this too, Bob, but in Scream 5, they made it a point to show the phone numbers, except for the one that was calling in Stu's house at the end. In this film, they didn't show the phone numbers, except for the one that called Gail.
Yep.
Like that stood out to me, man. And I'm just like, they're not doing that for no reason. There's a reason why you're doing that. You know what I mean? Like, why would a Woodsboro number be calling Gail in that scene? Like you said, it makes no sense for Richie to have a 707 area code, because then Sam is already going to be suspicious, because if he met her in Modesto, which, by the way, Modesto is a 209 area code, if he approaches her and he goes up on her saying, hey, I'm not from around here or whatever, but yet he has a 707 area code, Sam's going to think, well, wait a minute. If you're not from Woodsboro, you're at least from one of those counties around there.
Yeah.
Like, it would make no sense for Richie to have a 707 area code. No sense whatsoever. They did that on purpose. And like Steven said, let's go. Stu, let's go. Like, I in that scene, like, listen, when that happened, and this is the biggest thing for me in terms of the biggest tell in that scene, that this is due, the double clutch above the head. When I saw that, I was like, I seen that before. And I went back to Scream 96, and there's multiple times in that film where you see Stu Macher, before he goes to attack somebody with the knife, he's having both hands on the knife.
Oh, yeah.
Now, people will make the argument, well, maybe it's somebody related to Stu. Maybe, me personally, it's too on point with the character for it not to be him. And I'll put it this way, man. And we talked about it a little bit backstage. And I'm going to get your opinion on this. And I'm pretty sure we of course, we might have different opinions on certain things. I did a video about it. For me, Scream 6, the movie entirely, especially through three characters in the film, showed how how Stu Macher can return and is possibly alive. You get Quinn with her fake out scene.
Mm-hmm.
We've all talked about that. About Stu possibly faking his death. It's kind of ironic that the girl who says Stu Macher is her favorite, and she's supposedly wearing his mask, even though I don't believe that is his mask. But it's kind of ironic that they had this character fake her death in the film, much like a lot of us fans feel Stu Macher did. Number 2, Kirby. Everybody thought that Kirby was dead, and she did die. But what happened? The doctors brought her back to life. This is something we also talked about, in terms of how Stu Macher could be alive. And then the biggest one for me, bro, is Chad. You can no longer make the argument that Stu can't survive his injuries, in my opinion. You can't. You look at what Chad went through Scream 5 and Scream 6, you can make the argument worse than Stu outside of if you take away TV falling on Stu's head and him getting, you cannot tell me. Uh-oh.
A little bit of lag.
I hate it. Ran across the leg in mid. And again, you can't tell me. You can't no longer make the argument, in my opinion, that Stu Macher couldn't survive his injuries. If we're watching Chad, Kirby got shot twice and stabbed in the same spot.
Yeah.
She's fine. Chad, even though he could barely talk, he survived. So now I'm sorry that just through those three characters alone, and just you can make the argument through all of them, through all the characters that survived. They showed that if they wanted to bring Stu back, they can. You know what I mean? Whether you like the explanation how they're going to bring him back remains to be seen through your own assumption. Me personally, from what I see, they could bring him back, and it's just as simple as, oh yeah, y'all thought I was dead, but I wasn't. I survived, and then I went into hiding, like we all think he did.
And you can make the same case for Charlie because he only got stabbed twice in the heart. But yet you're telling me Chad can survive all these stab wounds constantly, and he's fine? Nah, Charlie's out there alive. I'm telling you, it's him and Stu leading the cult. And you could throw Kirby in the mix if you want. I'd be down for that.
Bro, listen, Bob, like.
And just that face alone to me, man, looks like he recognizes Sam.
Come on.
Like, you can't convince me otherwise. As soon as I saw it, I didn't even read anything you said.
That's him, man.
Yep, that's him, 100%. And I don't know if you're your mother, but you owe me an apology.
There's no way around it, man.
Charlie.
What happened?
I don't know if I don't know if my mother showed up tonight, but if she was in here, she owes me an apology if that is Charlie. Because I said that out loud in the theater. I thought that was Charlie. In that walking scene.
Really?
Yeah.
What made you think that was Charlie?
Just a random.
What? Because did you get a quick glimpse of his face?
Yeah, like I just saw it. I'm like, that's got to be him. Because to me, that looked like Rory. I'm like, dude, that looks just like him. Because I saw that clip from New York. To me, it just was a marking resemblance. I'm like, that's got to be him.
I believe it.
I don't know why I thought it, but that was just how I thought it. So, but then again, I thought Jill was going to be in here with a flashback, so I could be wrong too.
Right. Well, 5-Star Tributes, who is the one who sent me that clip of, what we believe to be Charlie Walker walking past the Carpenter sisters, and the other clips as well. He just got here and says, how's it going? I just arrived. So 5-Star, if you're not doing anything, that link is still there in your messages. If you want to, you can stop in, buddy. And if you don't want to have the camera on, I know you talked about that. You don't have to have the camera on. You can just, go straight audio. But if you want to hop in, click on that link, bro. Come join us.
Just have that camera off and it'll look just like this, just minus my image.
Okay. So I think we basically come to the agreement that, especially in that, well, I'll say especially, but in that Gale scene, there was definitely Stu Macher references, and whoever, we'll leave it at this, whoever did call her, whether it's Stu or not, is from Woodsboro.
Yes. We're all in agreement on that. It's definitely somebody from Woodsboro, even if it's not Stu. It's somebody that knows the past and has to have been close with them.
Okay. Oh, that's a good question, two boys. To ask, with Courtney Cox in 6 horror movies, would you consider her a final girl? Oh, I honestly, something, and I'll be the first one to admit here that I thought that Gale was a goner. I was one pushing that hashtag down goes Weathers trend. If you guys seen it on YouTube, I was adamant she was going to die in this film, and it didn't happen. And I forget who said something about it. I forget who I was watching, and it makes Sister Pam. If you guys have not seen Sister Pam's channel, I actually did a post about this the other day. Definitely go subscribe to her channel. Check her out. She has an incredible Stu Macher as well as Christina Carpenter theory out there on her channel. So guys, go check that out. But she mentioned something that does really make sense, right? Especially when it pertains to when you think about Dewey's death in Scream 5, especially if they're going to bring Stu back and this is going to be the whole arc or whatever. Dewey wasn't really needed for that, for the simple fact is he was supposed to be killed off anyway or whatever. When you really put it in a vacuum, Gail and Sydney, much like Tara and Sam, were our final girls. We just always look at Nev as the lone final girl. But if you really look at it, without Courtney really coming in to distract Stu and Billy, what happens to Sydney?
We have a different outcome,
you know what I mean?
Most likely.
Yes. And even though we had Randy in that final act scene, where, they kill off Stu and Billy, Gail was right next to Sydney. So it makes sense, especially when it comes to Stu. That would make sense why you would need Gail in the next film to battle this last battle with Sydney, because then it all comes full circle from the original in that final act scene of the original. So I thought that I would be disappointed that Gail didn't die. I actually am not, for that fact that actually makes more sense, especially if you're going to go in that direction. If you're going to go in that direction, then I think it makes sense. You know what I mean? Because Gail, a lot of people don't want to give Gail this credit, but really Gail was a very big, integral person, especially in uncovering the fact that Billy and Stu were the real killers of Maureen Prescott. They may have revealed themselves before she got the chance to really expose them, but she's the one who told Sydney, no, you saw someone else leaving that house. The same someone who planted the coat in Cotton's car, framing him. Especially when it comes to Stu and the original story, Gail is just as important to have around as Sydney is. So I agree with that decision to keep her around, especially if you go in that direction.
I'm in agreement there. And I would have to consider her a final girl when you think about it. I mean, she's always being attacked pretty much.
Mm-hmm. And she survives.
Hence, you're a final girl.
Yep.
Just much like the
also,
sisters.
people forget in Scream 2, she helped fire them shots into Mickey.
Yeah. and had a heck of a
Melissa,
chase
what is
by
going
playing cat
on?
and mouse.
Right. What's up, Melissa? I hope you're having a great night. Thank you for stopping in. And Two Boys in Her Scary Pop says Selma is a mention, but Morena is 43 and would make her to be 17 and 96. Oh, okay. So I guess they're having a debate on who should be cast as Christina Carpenter. Okay. Well, you know what? Okay, chat. Two Boys and whoever you was talking to in this instance, I'm kind of glad you brought up, this little conversation, because that's something that I think a lot of people are kind of overlooking in this film in terms of about Christina Carpenter in the film. A lot of people seem to think that that's radio silence showing us that Christina Carpenter is not important and she's not going to be a main character that is going to be revealed later down the road. So let's talk about that, shall we? Christina Carpenter, Bob, what is your thoughts on that? Do you believe that Christina Carpenter should never be touched, should never be brought into the franchise? She doesn't matter. She doesn't matter. Or do you think that would be a grave mistake if they don't bring her into the franchise, and that is a missed opportunity.
At this point, I have to say it's a missed opportunity. I mean, at least with Maureen in general, we had a little bit of presence of Maureen, like with a photo, so we at least knew what Maureen looked like. With no idea of Christina Carpenter, we have no idea the backstory into everything. We know that Sam and her got into an argument over the whole Billy thing, and it caused Tara's father to leave, or maybe be killed by Sam in a fit of rage. Who's to say there? But you have to capitalize and give us something if you're trying to connect it to Sam's past as well. You can't be just giving us a vague image of Christina. We got to see an image of her or something to add to the story so we know who Billy was with. Was she as psychotic as Billy was? Was she an innocent person like Sydney would be, kind of? We don't know. We don't know anything about her, and I think you're missing a grave opportunity in all of this. And I think with that one line about her mother kind of being a bitch and kind of abandoning them, I think after this attack, I think we will see Christina in 7. I think she is going to care at least about Tara. For all we know, she'll still hate Sam, but I think she'll care more about Tara.
Okay. All right. Good shit, man. Real quick, my friend Steven, craving something scary. Congrats again on 1K, bro. So proud of you. But thank you so much, man. And I don't care. I will say it until I'm blue in the face. Bro, this is all because of you. You inspired me and so many other people who were just watching from the sidelines, enjoying your content and starting to enjoy Knight's content and Fates and Killjoys, so on and so forth. You know, you inspired people like myself to get in the game, man, because again, I never thought that there was a platform for us horror movie lovers like this. I really didn't. And you showed me the way, man. And not just by showing me the way by doing your videos, but also how to be creative, but also to be as detailed and try to be as on point as you possibly can. Are we going to be right about everything predict? Absolutely not. But have confidence in what you're feeling in that moment. And buddy, words cannot describe how much of an inspiration you are to me and so many others, man. And you know, this is much as of a 1K celebration for you as it is for me, man. And I just want you to know that. And as we said at the top of the stream, me and Eric, we're waiting till you get better, buddy. We're not doing any celebration live streams until you can be a part of it, because you deserve to be a part of it, because you deserve to see what your inspiration has built. So again, my friend, thank you. Get better. I don't know if you're heading out for the night, but if you are, I love you, buddy. Get some rest, and we are definitely going to talk soon.
Love you, brother. And rest up, man.
Right, man. It's right there, man. It's a Godfather of Woodsboro right there, man.
He's the cult leader of the happiest cult in the world. I can't say it on your channel, but I'm going to say it here one time for you, Craven.
So true. So true, man. So true, man. If y'all can't tell, like, you know what I mean? And this ain't to say that I don't feel the same way about anybody else, but I'm sure y'all can tell, like, whenever Steven comes in the chat or whatever, it's something different. It's like takes it to another level for me, man, because again, like, he inspired me to get game, you know, and I didn't think there was a platform for weirdos who love horror like us, you know, and I'm so glad that he did show that way, because I love being able to do this. I love doing this. I love having these type of conversations, like, you know, about your favorite scary movies and all that stuff and things that you picked apart while watching the film. I generally love doing this, and I'm just so grateful that, you know, I met Steven and met you, Bob, through Steven, and everybody that I have met and communicated with that has been here on this channel, that has become a subscriber, that has showed support. Like, I'm so blessed, you know what I mean, that Steven showed that way to me, because again, I didn't think this was possible. I really didn't.
Neither did I. And without Steven, me and you wouldn't be sitting here talking together. That one stream is what literally broke me out of that shell. And you know what? I know I just had one, but you know what? I don't know if you're still here or not, Craven, but here's to you, buddy.
Yep, he's still here.
Woo-wee.
Yeah. Definitely, Steven, man. Can't wait. I can't wait. I cannot wait till he gets better, because I cannot wait to have these discussions. Man, like,
Dude,
I
cannot wait to talk about like Scream 7 with y'all. I have so much in my head, man. Like, I can't contain it. It's going to be fun talking with y'all for that.
Heck yeah. But okay, so let me give you guys my take on Christina Carpenter. That's interesting, because I've heard this a couple times, Two Boys and Their Scary Pops, and I'm not saying it's not impossible. I'm not saying it's not impossible. I just don't know, like,
if it's executed,
I'll put it this way.
I would be down.
How would you play that out? Like, would she already have been in the house behind the scenes, or would she be just getting there thinking the party's still going on, and then she sees all that shit? And how does she go undetected, from Sydney and everybody else? I'm not against Christina working with Stu. I'm just, I kind of do. I just like with Stu coming back, I want it to make sense.
I mean, it would have to be somewhere where she was in that house. I mean, there is kind of a way you could get around that. Some people think there was a third ghost face in the house, and there was that one scene with the bushes.
That is a big house too.
So, I mean, it's not impossible, but I'd say you'd have to have her being there beforehand. That's the only logical way she could go undetected, because you're not getting into that house while all that's going down. There's no possible way. So you'd have to have her showing up beforehand, in my opinion.
We'll see.
Outside that, I can't really think about how to write that.
My thoughts on Christina is, I think, a lot of people feel like, okay, they talked about her, she's not going to be important, etc. Excuse me. Given the way that they refer to her, kind of basically felt like they were sweeping her under the rug. For me personally, I feel like, one, she is going to be in Scream 7, and two, I feel like she kind of has to be, because in so many ways, like in the original Scream, her secrets are the brunt of why her daughters are suffering.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it's like
this
Marine.
would be a tremendous opportunity for us to get the mother figure actually alive this time. Remember, we only got to see Marine a handful of times, and she wasn't alive. She was dead. This is an opportunity to actually have the mother be alive. Now, whether you have the mother be a ghost face and whatnot remains to be seen. But those diaries, her diaries, Christina's diaries, are important. That makes her important. The fact that Samantha is Billy Loomis's daughter because of her makes her important to these characters and makes them important to the story, in my opinion, especially going forward.
Not just imagine going back to Scream 1. Okay, say Scream 1, like, say all these others didn't happen. Say Scream's coming out now. You only allude to Marine being kind of a mother figure, but not what happened to her. And you get the killing reveal without any of that background. Scream's not going to be as big as it was without being linked to Marine's past. Marine is what made Scream. I know everybody's like, oh, it was Sydney. Sydney's what made Scream. Without the events of what Marine Prescott did, wouldn't have led to Sydney having to deal with Billy, Stu, Mrs. Loomis for killing Billy, and then Roman to tie everything back to one. The same goes without Billy Loomis killing Marine, we wouldn't have the whole thing where Sydney wasn't giving it up, leading to him going to Christina, laying her up. We get Sam. All of this is integral to the entire story of this franchise. Everything links back to the past. That's what makes Scream special. So, Maureen, as far as I'm concerned, Christina is just as much of an important role as Maureen was. Even with the little bit we only get with lines in from what she is. But that diary holds all the answers to me and yours theory, man. I'm telling you, Sydney is Sam's mother. I'm telling you.
I've been saying that too. I've been the first one on that, man. Like, like I agree, man. Like I've been the first one. Like I think those diaries are going to reveal that Sydney is really Samantha's mother. Like, and I know some people might have a gripe with that, and stuff because Samantha is, the actress is Latina, and I can't stress this enough. Just because the actress is Latina does not mean that in the role she's playing, she's not playing a Caucasian role. We've seen it so many times. The Sheens are a perfect example of this. The Sheens are Mexicans, they're Mexican Americans or whatever and stuff, but they're full-blown Mexican, like they're from Mexico, but they have stage names or whatnot, and they portray Caucasian roles. This happens in movies all the time. Jamie Kennedy in Malibu's Most Wanted, he was playing an urban type character role, and he's Caucasian.
Yep.
So it's not impossible to think that, Sydney Prescott is really Samantha's mother, and Christina, and I've said this before, I just feel like in terms of Christina, I feel like she adopted because she wanted to have a piece of Billy. Because she was that obsessed with Billy. She was that in love with Billy that when the opportunity was there to have a piece of him and she caught wind of this, she decided to take Samantha in. Now, that's just our theory, y'all. You know what I mean? And stuff. But that's something that I have been adamant about since Scream 5, given the dialogue between Sydney and Samantha, because we still don't know how Sydney Prescott knows that Samantha was Billy's daughter, even though we did not get any dialogue from Dewey that warned Sydney about this, about, Samantha being Billy's daughter. We didn't get that, so, but in terms of Christina, yes, she is important. And I think that it would be a terrible missed opportunity by Radio Silence and Scream 7 if they don't bring that character in. I really do. Now, I'll ask you this then, Bob. I'm gonna read Scott's question here. What about Jennifer Love Hewitt? Do you think she will be interested in doing Scream 7 to play Samantha and Tara's mom, Christina? I mean, for me personally, I don't see why not. She is about to do I Know What You Did Last Summer. So I think it would all depend if the scheduling works out. Me personally, I wouldn't be against it. But then what you're asking for, Scott, right, is, Jennifer Love Hewitt could play a Latina. She could. But this goes back to what I'm saying with people's Christina not being Latina or about Sydney being Samantha's mom, that Sydney's not Latina. You know what I mean? If you have Jennifer Love Hewitt play Christina Carpenter, there's people that's going to have a gripe about that, saying, oh, she's not Latina. You know what I mean? So, me personally, I don't care because I know how the movies work. You know what I mean? Just because, because I'm Black and Hispanic, that doesn't mean in that role I am playing a Black and Hispanic role or that type of character. You know what I mean? Or that type of person. You know what I mean? We get that in movies all the time. It's been throughout history. So me personally, I wouldn't care. I love Jennifer Love Hewitt. You know what I mean? I wouldn't mind seeing her in a Scream movie. Especially given how back in the day, I Know What You Did Last Summer was like the competition to Scream, even though I don't think it's really much of a competition. or
I
whatnot.
don't think
But
even
I think
I don't
that
think
would
even
be
Kevin. Yeah, but I don't think even Kevin Williamson saw his competition. It was just one he kind of wrote to write.
right. Right. But a lot of, critics and fans and stuff kind of, went through to that route of comparing the two and matching them up and going against each other and stuff. But me personally, bring it on. You know what I mean? I love Jennifer Love Hewitt. I wouldn't be against it at all. But I will say this, in terms of like features and stuff like that, I would have to say Selma Hayek is the better pick.
I'm
I
going to
will.
say this.
I will say that.
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to get hate. I would rather see Michelle Rodriguez cast in the role of Christina Carpenter.
She's another good one.
I mean, I know
She
that
is
goes
another
into the
good one.
whole. I know that leads into the argument. Then you have to have the Latina thing for at least Tara. But hey, whoever is the best fit for the role. If I enjoy the character, I don't care who you cast. You could cast some random local high school person. If they have the charisma power to lead that role, hey, go for it. If I can enjoy that character, I don't care who plays it.
Right.
That's just me.
Absolutely. All right, so we'll leave the Christina Carpenter conversation on this because I will say we're hitting the 2 hour and 45-minute mark. I'll say we'll go another 15 minutes and then we're gonna call it a night, stop it around 3 hours and stuff like that. But if they do bring the Christina Carpenter character into the fold, who will she be a ghost face? Or will she be Ghostface, a red herring, or a victim? And before you answer that, I do want to acknowledge Craven, something scary, Steve. So honored, guys. Love you, Marcus. Love you, Bob. Buddy, we love you too, man. You already know, buddy.
Internet hug, Craven. Internet hug,
Right.
buddy.
Air hug, buddy. Let's go.
Can't say that any better.
Okay, so Christina Carpenter, Ghostface, red herring, or victim? If she is in Scream 7.
Personally, for me, I would want her to be Ghostface personally. Because when you think about, like, the shock factor, most people probably would think she would be a Ghostface killer. But it's kind of the exact opposite of Maureen Prescott. What if we find out, like, her and Stu are the masterminds behind this because they both... What if it wasn't they were obsessed with Billy? What if it was they were obsessed with killing that entire family off? What if, like, Stu found the plan, oh, he was going to rat on me, I want to make sure this whole family dies? Like, what if they orchestrated this just to kill her own technical daughter? But then we find out is Sydney's, and Sydney did what Maureen did with Roman, but instead of it being just to forget her, it was to protect her from having to deal with what she dealt with in 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Her whole life.
Like what if we find that out and it's in those diaries? It's like, and somehow, like, Sydney wrote something like in there, and somehow it was gotten held by Christina, like, make sure she never goes to this person, but the courts didn't listen to her. And she somehow ended up in Christina's lap as an adopted child. What if we find out the father was killed by Stu? What if it wasn't even Sam that was going through all of that? I mean, there's so much you could do with that. And, like, we find out, like, she was being blamed for the cause of her stepfather's death. And it caused her to snap, and she thought she was like Billy. What if they put that in her head, and through her whole life she thought she was like that? I mean, you could easily go that route. And we find out she's not as bad as we thought. She was manipulated and scarred by her own adoptive family, which led to the killings.
There's so many ways I feel like you can go with the Christina Carpenter character. And that's why I asked, will she be a victim, red herring, or Ghostface? Because I think you can make the case that you can fit that character into all three categories, and stuff like that. Me personally,
I don't know. For me, victim would be harder because of the line of even Tara kind of abandoning her after the she stopped talking and saying, I'd find it a little harder with a victim. Maybe red herring you can make a huge cause with. As a victim, I'd have a hard time right now, unless we had more Christina in 6. Like to see what actually led to that. But that is my take.
Hold on, say that again real quick.
Okay. I was saying victim, I would find a little harder for Sam and Tara to really
say that again, Bob, because it lagged.
Okay. Hold on. Because you broke up there. I know you want me to repeat it. For me, I would say victim would be harder to buy for Christina than the other two. Just with that throwaway line of like even Tara kind of distancing herself at this point. I don't think Sam or Tara would really care too much if she was a victim. I think they'd probably be a little more happy, in my opinion. But Red Herring and Ghostface, I can see people making arguments all day I could buy.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it would be a nice way to get different too with the character if you don't kill her. If you have her either be a red herring or a Ghostface, I wouldn't mind seeing her be Ghostface. But then at that point, I think if they did that, I mean, and maybe not, but I feel like if they did, then you would almost kind of have to maybe turn Tara too, because I just can't. Me personally, I don't know. I can't see Christina wanting to kill Tara because it's not really Tara's fault. Samantha, this is a war between her and Samantha because of Billy. You know, and I'm wrong, but I just feel that way. I feel like Christina as a Ghostface, especially with Tara, I feel like they would have to flip Tara in that regard because there's no reason for Christina to want Tara dead unless there's more secrets in that fucking diary we don't know about. You know what I mean? So
hear me out on this. This is an off the wall theory that for some reason I think could stick. What if we find out Sam and Tara both killed the stepfather? Because Tara seemed a little too happy killing Ethan there, and did kind of give the nod to Sam to finish the job on Bailey. I mean, what if they both kind of had a role in that?
I mean, anything's possible, man. I'm glad you brought that up because I definitely did catch that little sensation that Tara caught while butchering up Ethan. I caught that.
Yeah.
I saw that and I was just like, oh, you like this, huh? I was like, yeah, you like this a little too much, huh, Tara? Oh, I was like, that's something I didn't see before. You know what I mean? Let's go. Like, I mean, me personally, I would love to see Tara be like the final girl. I still have reservations about Sam, even though I feel like the performance was better. I feel like they did a better job of making her look less guilty or less mastermindess, I guess, if you want to say that. But for me, there's still some reasons that I have with that character, and I'm gonna do some videos talking about it and all that stuff. But one of the things that kind of makes me a little funny about Samantha is why the hell would you keep Richie's phone number as a contact? It's weird.
I'm not gonna lie. If I turn my old phone on now, I still have Savannah's contact in there.
Yeah, but like this is like the guy who tried to kill you. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is the guy who tried to kill you and your sister. Like,
but at the same time, I think that was plot armor, to be fair. I don't think they really thought about that while writing. I think that's something that had to be revised. Because something seemed off with that. Like, the way, I think even, because the way Barrera even was acting in that, like, it's like that line made no sense. I never took his contact out. It's kind of just a weird line to say.
Bro, that whole dialogue in that scene stood out to me as weird because Samantha, she's talking real fucking tough to Ghostface. Like, she's sitting there like, oh, you better watch your back. Well, how the hell is my thing is this, how is he supposed to watch his back if you don't even know who the hell this is supposed to be?
And also with that line, when you stop to think about it, you tell me you're just going to let some guy walking by on a phone and that's silent while you're silent and he's silent. You tell me you're not going to grab it and try to like talk into it to see if it's on your end. For all you know, that could have been the same guy.
That is true, because I mean, my thing is this: if Ghostface was right behind him the whole time when he tries to snatch up Tara, they would have heard him talking right there.
So I think, again, it's just bad fucking writing. I think it really needed a re-script on that to make sense. Look, they're great for what they are. I think Radio Silence just is nowhere near the level of Wes. At least when Wes would do something, it was a point of the movie to be put there for a reason.
Right.
These guys kind of just don't seem to know what they're doing with editing or storyline in general. Because 1 minute they do something good, then you have that iffy scene. Like, how did they not hear him behind them?
Right. Right. And that's funny you brought that, because they even acknowledged it in that interview about the whole pseudonyms, about the names being fake, the Kirsch and the Baileys. They even admitted that there's a conflict with that because of the whole NYPD thing. So it's funny to me that they even know that they know their screw ups.
Yeah.
Like, they know their screw ups. Like, it's like, okay, guys, that's cool. You know them, but I'm not trying to bag on them here, but it's like if you're not, you know,
Yeah.
I again, doesn't, I love the movie. There's definitely some mistakes that could get patched up, for sure.
Yeah.
To answer, to respond to Curtis Smythe, Curtis says also, not to sound racist, but Tara and Sam have not spoken any Spanish. I figured Mom would have got them a little bilingual, right? Well, at least in my home state, Texas, most are. I mean, you make a pretty good point, especially, I mean, if they are supposed to be portraying, Latin, Latina characters, you would think that maybe at some point you would hear some dialogue of them speaking in that language, but I mean, and it's not sounding racist, man. You're making a really an excellent point. You know what I mean? Because most Spanish people, I'm half Spanish, even ones that speak full English, at some point speak to each other in the language. You know what I mean? So I get what you're saying there, Curtis, for sure.
Oh, I'd have to agree with that.
That's actually a really good point. And Two Boys says Michelle Rodriguez is 44, Bob, so possibly. And the reason why Two Boys is bringing that up about the age is because it would line up with Christina Carpenter's character in 96 in terms of being 17, 18-ish, and then 26, 27 years later, probably mid 40s is how old Christina would be.
Well, that's why I suggested Michelle, because that number just popped in my head. I'm like, I kind of want to see her in that role, and it would line up.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Again, I wouldn't mind seeing Michelle Rodriguez play the part. She's awesome too. She's amazing.
I mean, it's not like I said Betty White for the mother. Who would have been like 100 or something.
Did you say Betty White for the mother?
Yeah, imagine that if Betty White was the mother.
That's a good one. Hell, Betty White, she'd be a funny ass mom, I tell you that much, because Betty White was hilarious.
Yeah, she would be. Oh my God.
Okay, so let me go down here in some more of these comments. Michael Joe in the chat. What's going on, Michael Joe? Okay, yeah, that's what I was looking for. So, Two Boys and Their Scary Pop says Sam's license at the scene of the crime was dated May 1997. Yes, I was when I seen that, I was like, ooh, I like that because they're clearing it up. They're clearing the air on her actual age. And I thought that was important because in Scream 5, they made it seem like she was 23 years old. And that's what they said she was. And I said, well, wait a minute. That's not possible. If she was born in 97, she'd at least have to be 24 going on 25 years of age. You know what I mean? And stuff. If she was 23 in Scream 5, which was 2022, that means she would have been born in 1999, which means she wouldn't have been Billy Loomis's daughter. So I like the fact that they actually clarified that and cleared that up in the movie.
But to be fair, originally I think it was supposed to be based in 2021, but then the pandemic hit and they kind of pushed it back. So, I mean, I think that was just a bad error all around with not realizing we should just change the age a year up. Or down or whatever they had to do.
Right. But that's why I said that's a good thing that they clarified that, because especially what also clarified that is the scene with Kirby talking about how they went to high school. Because I remember when I did a video about that, somebody, I want to believe it was Kyle Brandon, asked me, Leo Marcus, how would that work? You know, Samantha was too young. And I said, actually, if you really break it down, that is a continuation error on Samantha's age. Because if you do the numbers, you know what I mean? She would have to be this age or whatever that. And if you add it up, in 2011, she would have been 14 years old, which means she would have been a freshman at Woodsboro and could have shared a class as an underclassman with the upperclassmen and stuff, which we kind of got that confirmed, you know, that she knows Kirby from school and stuff like that. So I was really happy about that.
And hence she would have also known Charlie.
Yep.
Just saying.
Oh, yeah. She knows all of them. She knows all of them.
I'm sorry, I got to nail that into people's head. I'm a diehard believer. And everybody says Jill. I see it being more Charlie at this point. I'm on that Charlie and Stu train, man.
Listen, man. Listen, I'm going to do a video about it, about them two. And I personally think that they are the perfect combination. I really do. Like, they are similar, and especially in terms of like character wise, than a lot of people really look into. They are really similar in ways.
Except Charlie's more chill in real life than Stu was by going over the top.
Right.
That's really the only difference.
Telling you, man, like that's him, man. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes and the nose.
Yeah.
Like that's the most telling thing to me is the eyes and the nose.
And not just that, in that scene alone, you could tell it's someone that knows who Sam is. It has to be, again, somebody from Woodsboro, and it looks too much like Rory. I'm just saying.
Well, what stood out to me...
His brother Kevin survived a lot in Home Alone and all of that, so...
I mean, what stood out to me is the fact that they had him walk right past Samantha and Tara.
Yeah.
That's what really stood out to me. Like, if it doesn't mean anything, why have this? I'm sorry, like, guys in the chat, like, again, and I will respect your assumptions and I will respect your opinions. But for me, this is Rory Culkin as Charlie Walker.
And not just that, he shows back up in the subway scene.
Yes, he does. And I wish I would have had that damn clip. I should have brought that up here. Wait, did I? Hold on. No, I didn't. Damn. All right. But yeah, like, because Ryan from 5 Star Tributes, he sent me that clip from the subway scene, and that same person who's in this that you guys see here on this overlay is chilling in the subway scene before the Core 4 gets broken up at the subway. Like, I'm sorry. To me, it's not just a coincidence. You know what I mean? I don't feel like it's just a coincidence. And I want to know who Kirby got that phone call from.
Charlie.
Again, keep this in mind. If you guys weren't here in the chat earlier when I mentioned this, Kirby Reed's phone, when she gets that phone call, when her and Dermot are in the murder board room talking about all the Ghostface killers, before she leaves, she gets a phone call. We do not see who calls her, which is strange because everybody else who's gotten a phone call in Scream 5 or Scream 6, outside of the Meeks Martins twins, because they're the only ones who haven't gotten a phone call yet, everybody we've seen a phone number. Whether it was
Except
Amber's
for
phone in Scream 5,
except
Scream
for
6 with Gail's phone,
except for the
like,
call in Stu's house in 5. That was
and
unknown
that
as
and
well.
the Stu, and the Stu call. We didn't get we got an unknown number with that. But even in Scream 5, you've seen phone numbers on these phones, like, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. You got to see who was calling. You even seen it on Sydney's. You even seen it on Samantha's phone when Sydney was calling her.
Yeah.
You did not see it with Kirby Reed's phone. Like,
which leads me to say it's Charlie.
I believe so too. There's a bigger plan that works here, man. There's a bigger plan that works. Now, all right, so I know I said we'll stop at 3 hours, but you know what? We're at 3:05. I want to get this last topic in because we didn't touch on it or whatnot before we go. What do you feel about Danny Brackett? And what do you feel about that subway scene where he steps in front of Samantha when Ace is walking towards them, and then the Ghostface goes out that door? Now, the reason why I bring that up is and I did this in the video. Me personally, I think that Danny, whoever that Ghostface was that was walking towards them, Danny knows who that was underneath that costume, underneath that mask. And I think that Ghostface who was walking towards them was about to do something until Danny intervened and kind of gave them the signal. The reason why I believe that is because if you watch that video I did where Ghostface is before they start charging at them, there's a door right beside him. If that was a regular person and not somebody who was after Samantha and them, if that was just a regular civilian just dressed up as Ghostface, why would they feel the need to walk all the way to the other side, to the other door, when there's a door that they can just turn and right out of?
Exactly. And personally, I think it is, because even leading up to that, I mean, you can argue, okay, maybe Mindy wouldn't have got on in the first place, but then he did kind of pull Chad off and force the door closed in that sense. I mean, he kind of split up the core four. So I actually think that he could be one of them. And even if he's not, say that's just a red herring. Who's to say Stu can't manipulate him to turn on Sam?
Right. Well, see, there's some things that make me believe that he is even more involved than what they try to hide that he was involved. Is when Sam is talking to him about Taylor.
I just don't want to offend you too much. I just don't want to offend you too much because I know you love the relationship with Sam and Danny. So I don't want to go overstepping that boundary too much.
No, I mean, I mean, it's cool, you know what I mean, and stuff. But I'm not buying his act. I'm not buying it one bit. And there's things in the movie that stand out to me why I shouldn't believe in his act. Like, for instance, the dialogue when him and Samantha is talking, and she's talking about Tara and talking about family, and he's like, yeah, family can be rough. Now, that may be nothing, and maybe something small, but that stood out to me. But what really stood out to me is that he was so quick to stand in front of Samantha on that subway, thinking that was a Ghostface about to harm them, right? But yet, when he sees Ghostface in the apartment, he doesn't attempt to try to go out the front door and get through the apartment and go in the apartment himself. Now, I remember Canada Man actually commented on my video when I talked about that, and he said, well, it would have took Danny way longer to get around. It would have made more sense for him to call. But my thing is this: if that's his girl and he's trying to play, Captain Save a Girl, how in one scene are you pretending like you're going to protect her, but then in the other scene you're completely trying not to go over to that house, knowing that Ghostface is in there about to catch wreck? Doesn't make sense to me.
Not just that. When you think about, yes, you can argue Sam was constantly saying, go off, we don't trust you. Also, why would somebody say, "Don't trust anybody, don't trust me"? That's something a killer would try to say to you to throw you off the scent. Like, I'm sorry, that line alone felt wrong. Like, you're kind of playing good old boy from Scream 2, but the opposite. Hey, I'm sorry. I think it was what Derek was Sydney's interest in too, right?
Yep.
I mean, the way Derek was portrayed in that was 10 times better. Like, Sydney thought he was sus, but yet he wasn't. I'm sorry. It's just Danny's coming across way more sus. And it seems he's obsessed with that fame too, a little bit. In that dialogue downstairs, you hear a little bit. It's like he kind of was prying at that a little bit. Like, with that whole fame thing. Like, and fame isn't what it's cracked up to be.
Right.
Something just seems
there's
a little
definitely
off
something.
with him.
Yeah, there's definitely something off with him, man. Like, I'm not buying it one bit. I definitely do think that he could be a part of whatever this bigger plan is, man. Like, I really do. And it's funny, you brought up like dialogue and stuff. You know what other dialogue kind of stood out to me before we, head out of here for the night and stuff like that? You know what other piece of dialogue stood out to me is when Gail Weathers says about Kirby when she's like, oh, when she's like, I'm not needed, or I can't do this or whatever. Bitch, I was doing this when you were in the Cub Scouts or whatever and shit. And she's like, and sorry if I don't trust you to protect them. Doesn't Gail trust Kirby to protect them?
Well, to be fair,
does Gail know something?
Well, to be fair, I think Gail might have only known her for that small time frame. So, I mean, she really wouldn't know much about Kirby. Because she did seem more shocked.
But what if Gail, much like she found a shrine, what if she found something about Kirby but just didn't speak on it? Or something about Kirby that kind of made her question or whatever? Because I get it. She didn't know Kirby much in Scream 4 or whatnot and stuff like that. But especially if she's an FBI agent and you see this, she has a gun, she has a badge. Why do you feel more? I feel like this. You didn't say that about Dermont. You didn't say that about Detective Bailey. Why do you feel the need to say that about Kirby Reed? Especially if you at least know Kirby Reed. You didn't know Detective Bailey. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. Like, that really stood out to me. Like, sorry, I don't trust you to protect them. Like,
not just that. Hear me out on this, okay? Just hear me out. What if everything Detective Bailey did say kind of about Kirby, what if that wasn't a lie? What if she really was fired from the FBI because she lost her mind?
Bro, listen. I'm not against that. I think there's some truth to that. You know what else I think there's some truth to? Maybe Jason and them were involved with Kirby.
Thinking about it, and hear me out.
Why was Kirby monitoring? Why was she monitoring their online shit, their online conversations, their activity? Why was she following them?
Not just that. Hear me out on this. And I know you can argue Richie was just as much of a fanboy as all that. What if that really wasn't all Richie stuff? What if because it all ties back to Woodsboro, what if Charlie did get a hold of everything and that was all his stuff?
You know what I thought of?
And for people to say that doesn't make sense at all, that all could be real, evidence does go missing. Now, the books and that with, like, Hembry's death when he was actually down doesn't make any sense because they would have found him hung on the flagpole, not dead on the floor. But if you think about it, who was the most obsessed with Stab that we saw? Yeah, we know Richie was a fanboy in that. But don't you think Richie would have made some reference to having all that memorabilia? Just saying. In 5. During that whole motive.
Yeah, I mean...
Because he was such a fanboy, he would have been gloating about that before killing Sam.
Right. And this is another thing that, like, now that we're talking about it, is interesting. If that is Charlie in that scene, like we believe it to be, You know what I mean? There's one or two things. Either one, the family took credit for something that wasn't theirs, or they took credit for something that wasn't theirs, but, and this is going back to the names being fake, Charlie's, we never seen Charlie's family in the film. You know, do I think it's a little bit more far-fetched because of Richie? I do, but we don't know if Charlie has a brother that's around his age, a younger brother. Richie would have been 28 or whatever and stuff. What, Charlie would probably be like 30 by now and stuff.
Yeah.
We don't know. You know what I mean? If he had he had a dad who was in the police force. We don't know anything about his background, about his family. You know what I mean? So,
No.
I mean, that's something, you know, to think about, especially in terms of that I thought about in terms of Charlie and the whole family and all that stuff. It's going to be interesting to see if these things that we picked up on in Scream 6 is going to get shed some light on in Scream 7. I hope it does. You know what I mean? Because I think they have something here. I think they have something that you can build upon, especially with these clues that there are different killers. You know what I mean? Within Scream 6, I think they have something that they can capitalize on that could turn out to be great. They just have to do it the right way and fix the editing issues. That's the biggest thing I have with not only Scream 5, but Scream 6. Their editing needs to get better. Because just like I said, in that double Ghostface scene, when they stab up Chad, when you look at the shots certain ways, especially in front, when they're like wiping the knife, if you blow the shot up, there's no cracks in those masks at all.
No. It's just
So,
as normal as this. It's just as
right,
normal
exactly.
as that.
So they need to get those fixed, especially for Scream 7. Like this, it's stuff that's gotta, you know, that's gotta be put to an end. Just like having these killers like Amber Freeman, like Quinn Bailey, claim murders that is all but physically impossible for someone of their stature to commit. That's another thing we got to get rid of.
Although I will say, Quinn's was more believable than Amber trying to literally gut Dewey. I'm sorry. At least Quinn's would make a little more sense for it being Quinn. But
well, see,
Amber,
I don't think so, though, because...
No, I'm not saying that it was. I'm just saying I could believe Quinn over Amber with the type we did get. We didn't see some outrageous over-the-top gutting that would make no sense using all your weight with someone that's maybe 120 pounds soaking wet that's like 5'2". And that's not happening. You can't lift that.
Yeah, but see, where you can say it was the same thing, though, is because... Yeah, but then where you can say it's the same thing, though, is that Brooks is dead weight. There's no way by herself she's picking that man up and fucking tossing him like that. There's no way.
I agree with that.
No way.
I'm just saying I could.
Now, outside of that, like in terms of attacking Gale, yeah, I can believe that if that was Quinn. But it's the whole Brooks part that nullifies it for me.
I agree with you with the Brooks thing. There's no way. I'm just saying if we're going off the attack, just the attack, I could buy.
Oh yeah, between Dewey and Gale.
Yeah,
gotcha.
I could buy Quinn would do that over Amber gutting Dewey. It'd be more believable. But no, you had to go throw that Brooks thing in there to ruin that.
Right. Real quick, 5-star says, well, it could be Macaulay Culkin 2 as a nod to Home Alone 2, a Christmas movie. Well, what I find interesting about it, I mean, they did actually have a poster come out that was like two ghost faces, out, coming out of the building, and then you see Terror with the newspaper and stuff like that. 5-star, man, listen. You put tonight, and I'm not backing down, bro. That's Charlie. That's Roy.
Actually, hear me out on this. This is just random off the cusp thinking. Okay, Charlie's dead. We don't know anything about his family. He had a twin brother. And it's played by Macaulay.
But see, I feel like, especially in that shot, if that shot
wouldn't make any sense for him to be going after Sam, because Sam would have had nothing to do with that.
But see, I feel like especially in that shot we got, I mean, McCoy and Roy, they're similar, but you can tell the difference.
Oh,
I
I'm with
definitely
you.
do Macaulay. Oh, that shot. Yeah, like,
I'm with you. Oh, I'm with you. It's Rory. I'm just saying. You know what? If it's not, make it
but
Macaulay
okay,
Culkin
we're
being
gonna
somehow
and
twin
I'm
brother.
gonna get question. I mean, listen, he's a big name. You know, Scream is synonymous for having the stars come out. It's not impossible. Me personally, I'd rather see what we have, man. I definitely do think that this is Charlie, and I think there's an even greater plan in the works here. And I am so hopeful that this isn't something that they just picked up and put down. Or I just hope that if this is Roy, that it's just not him doing a cameo as a civilian walking by. Because we got to keep in mind that is very possible if they do reveal, hey, Roy Culkin, that is Roy Culkin in that scene, but he's not Charlie in that scene. He's just a civilian walking by. I would really love to see a Charlie and Stu union. You know what I mean? I think those two would work so well together, man. Like, I really do. But it remains to be seen. We'll have to wait and see if we're going to get Scream 7 and what direction it's going to go in. But before we end the stream, and I thank every single one of you guys for hanging out with us here. We're going on almost 3.5 hours. It is past 1 a.m. I know you guys probably have work in the morning and all that stuff. So again, I greatly appreciate you guys all hanging out. Your support is, I'm always gracious for you guys' support and you guys' conversation, just having a good time and listening to this conversation and engaging in the conversation you guys is, with you guys and yourselves. Like, it's amazing. I love it, man. But we're going to end it on here on this question from Two Boys and Their Scary Pops. How different of a film do we get if Sydney was in it? Bob, fire away, buddy.
Okay, well, seeing as I don't have script A or whatever we want to call it, at this point, I'm going to say it probably wouldn't be too much different. It would still be in New York. We'd probably get a decent chunk of time with Sydney, but I think Kirby doesn't return. I think Sydney would fall more in that Kirby role to where she's not as heavily featured, and it would be a missed opportunity. But unless I see script A, that's how I'm interpreting it. Because it was said that Nev wasn't going to have a lot of time in it. So I could see her being in that Kirby role, just not with the FBI.
I like it. For me, Two Boys, and everybody else, I do think we get a different film with Sydney in it. I mean, I want to say we could have won, but I'm even going to say maybe we would have went to Chicago. You know what I mean? And that's where Sydney's at. I think that's where this film was intended to take place, because even though, and this is just how I'm thinking about it. I mean, I get it. The Carpenter sisters and all that, they all went to college in New York and all that stuff. But I think initially the plan might have been for them to go to college in Chicago because Sydney is in Chicago. And in my opinion, I think it would have made a lot more sense, especially given that the whole revenge factor, when you think about it, it doesn't make sense without Sydney because she was a part of Richie being killed as well. And the fact that she is absent, it may not be much because we're supposed to focus on our new characters. And I love the fact that they did. But when you're talking about when you got Dermot Mulroney's character, Detective Bailey, saying, anybody who had anything to do with the death of my son suffers and dies. Well, when you say anybody or everyone who had anything to do with my son's death, you're talking about Sidney Prescott too. You know what I mean? So for me personally, and this is another thing, why I think this was going to be a different film in terms of location anyway, is because Radio Silence did reveal that the family is from the Midwest. California is not a Midwestern state. It's in the West Coast, but is not considered a Midwestern state. However, Illinois is. Sidney Prescott is living in Chicago, Illinois. So I think if Nev was in the film, location-wise, we would have been going to Chicago as opposed to New York. But because they already knew, and Radio Silence was even quoted on saying this, they already knew before they started filming that they wasn't going to be able to get Nev. They already knew what was going down. So that tells me, especially in terms of location, I think that there was a change in plans and they decided to say, you know what? Let's go to New York. It would be cool, especially with, how much you can do in that setting. You know what I mean? But with Sydney involved, I definitely do think location-wise, we would have got a different film. I think we would have been heading to Illinois. And it would have made more sense because apparently that's where the family is from. And then you wouldn't have had to go through all these hoops and all that stuff of Bailey transferring to the NYPD and it's him, this whole name thing being fake. It would have been a lot more easier to do it that way if you would have had to film in Chicago. So I think that that's what was the original plan with in it. And because she wasn't in it, because you already have, that's what we got. We got the trip to New York instead. No, so to answer your question, Two Boys, I think we would have got a lot of the same stuff in terms of maybe the shrine and all that stuff. I do think we would have got a lot of that stuff that we did see in Scream 6. I just feel like location-wise and maybe story-wise a little bit, it would have been a little bit different, but especially location-wise, I definitely do think it would have been a different film if Sydney was in it.
All right, so Scream 7's taking place in Chicago, confirmed.
I mean, honestly, bro, there's, and you know what? See, this is the beauty about having these conversations. We say we're going to end it, but then there's another topic that comes up, and it's just you got to touch on it. So this is what I was thinking, because this is what I was thinking. We know Scream, so far they're mirroring, the first two films. Could they mirror Scream 3 by either going to Hollywood and then if they want to do another film, maybe we return to Woodsboro and Scream 8, kind of like Scream 4 did. What do you think about that? Do you think that's the direction they might go in?
Depends. Is Radio Silence going to be a part of 8?
That's what I'm saying. And I think that's the key.
I just want to make sure. I just wanted to make sure I understood that first.
Yeah, as if they can and if they are willing to go to 8, do you think that that's what we do? That's what they do in terms of mirroring Scream 3 going to Hollywood and then mirroring Scream 4 going back to Woodsboro then.
All right, hear me out on this, and I'm down for it. But I say make it go to a 9. Give us 2 trilogies. Depending how 7 is. Okay. If 7 bombs it and just kills box office records even higher than 6 did, and say it continues as like Scream did after its bad start with Christmas time. If that blows up there, give it the Wes Craven treatment that he wanted with 4. Give that second trilogy, because I guarantee you Radio Silence has more to tell from Woodsboro. But have this one end in Chicago. But then they go back to Woodsboro because they think it's all over. At least Sam and Tara. If you don't want Nev back at that point, that is what that is. And people can hate me or love me for saying both should be final girls. But they both should be, as far as I'm concerned, with what I saw in 6. Give us that and give us a second trilogy that can tie the loose ends that you kind of messed up in 5 and 6. And probably you'll mess up in 7 as well, because your writing has left a lot of open holes that make no sense.
Right.
You're going to need to tie up those loose ends. So I say give us a second trilogy that can tie up those loose ends that you messed up. and I'm down for it. If you blow me away with 7. If not, I think it is time for a new studio to move in and write a new trilogy. Because I think someone else can write
Okay.
it better and film it. Not like Wes Craven, but can film it better than what we got with Radio Silence. Because those editing mistakes,
You know, another thing
man.
I wish they would do better at, especially with these chase scenes and all that, I wish they would do the score a lot better. Make it a lot more like Scream 96 was, ominous. Like that, you had that authority in the score, but you had also that creepiness to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like their score when these chase scenes are happening, it's too fast paced. It's too much like you are being chased, which is cool because it's supposed to fit the theme. But at the same time, what captures the allure of the chase is the creepiness in the sound as well. You know what I mean? And I feel like they don't do a good job of capturing that. And I wish they could do that better.
Oh, I was going to get into that as my next argument as well. I mean, the question is, in that next set, even if you only get one film like what 4 was, is that score going to be better? Because if we're going to get the same kind of score, what's the point?
Right.
We need to get somebody new in with this score because it just does not have that feel. It's bad when I can sit here and say in my head, and Still Alive are the best songs on the soundtrack, and they're not even the instrumental things that were a key part of the movie.
Right.
That's kind of sad on your own movie.
I will say this, and I'm going to actually do a video breaking it down or whatever. That Still Alive song from Demi Lovato, you can make some theories out of that song in terms of the characters, especially Samantha and all them. Like I was listening to that lyric for lyric, and I caught some things that I was just like, huh. You know what I mean? I want to do a video about this. You know what I mean? Because it's fascinating if you really break down the lyrics and stuff and compare it to the characters and all that stuff. Like that song is actually a really good song in terms of like the characters and the overall. And you can even make this the case for Stu, Charlie, like that's Still Alive. Like, you know, I feel like there was a reason why they dubbed that song as like the theme song for Scream 6. Maybe that's just
I personally think it has something to do with Stu and Charlie. And I think it also has to do with Sam and Tara's past. I think Christina's not as clean cut as we think.
Oh no, she's definitely not. We know she's an alcoholic and all that stuff too.
And hear me out on this. And I'm not saying that this is fact. This is just a theory. What if Still Alive is Sam and Tara's actual theme? And what if she, like with being an alcoholic, she was stabbing them with like the glass bottles and that? It's something that kind of crossed my mind. I'm like, you know, the lyrics are saying I've been stabbed 1,000 times. Christina's an alcoholic. What if she was abusing both Sam and Tara?
That's interesting. See, it's things like that, like how you just broke that down in the lyrics. You can make a case, you know, in the lyrics that they are literally talking about the characters in the film. Like I caught that too. That's a really good thing you just picked up on and talked about. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like in that song, you can definitely make some theories out of that song. You can.
And not to mention that alone. I mean, Chad's already been stabbed like 74 times, it seems.
Fuck, man. I have to go back and recount how many times he was stabbed in 6.
6 I know was 17. I can't remember 5 off the top of my head. It was like 30. So
okay,
right there,
so
you're hitting like 57.
All right, so let's get to some of these questions here. I do want to cap off with these questions because we got some interesting ones. Scott Walker asks, do you think Jennifer Lopez will be interesting in playing Christina Carpenter, complacent to playing Sam and Tara's mother in Scream 7?
Personally, for me, no. I just don't think she'd have an interest in going into a horror film like that. I could see Jennifer Love Hewitt because of the Spyglass connection. Well, actually, I don't know if the new I Know What You Did Last Summer they're working on is from Spyglass, but Jennifer Love Hewitt has worked with Spyglass in the past, so there is the connection there that I could see that working out. Just, I don't see Lopez doing it. And I don't think I'd even want Jennifer Lopez playing the mother. I don't know why. For some reason, I couldn't see that.
Yeah, for me, it's just, and it's not to knock on J-Lo. She's an incredible talent, but for me personally, I never really enjoyed her acting skills. So I personally wouldn't want to see Jennifer Lopez playing Christina Carpenter. I think you can find somebody who's way more compelling for that role. I wouldn't buy Jennifer Lopez's acting. Yeah, I wouldn't buy her acting for that role.
That's kind of why I came up with Rodriguez, because for some reason I could see Rodriguez fitting that role.
Well, yeah. I'll put it this way: look at her evolution in the Fast and the Furious franchise, and you can make that argument. You know what I mean? That she could definitely pull off this role. You know what I mean? Like, she's an incredible actress. I think her acting skills are on point.
Heck, and I know this is also a Fast and Furious one. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but the one that was that got into a relationship with Paul Walker's character. I mean, I think even she would be a perfect fit for Christina, because even that evolution in the Fast and Furious was cool to see. And I think she'd be able to do it.
Yeah.
Over J-Lo.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott also asks, what are the chances Charlie was talking to Sam, or maybe just maybe he was talking to Stu on the phone? I think personally you can make that argument that he was talking to Sam, because when he walks past, you hear Ghostface stop talking. You know what I mean? And then when he's even further past her and Sam asks, oh, what are you protecting us now? Ghostface starts talking again. So I definitely do think you can make the argument that maybe he was talking to Sam. Me personally, I think that if this is Charlie, like we believe it to be, I don't think he was on the phone talking to anybody. I think he was just basically walking past. If there was anybody, it'd be Kirby, in my opinion. But me personally,
I think it was Kirby. Just by that look, and I think he was out looking for Sam.
But me personally, that's what I'm saying. Me personally, I think he was casing the area of where Sam and them live. That's just me.
But I think
I mean, like, that's what I took from that scene.
But I will say, if anybody was on the phone, it would have been Kirby. So after he scouted the area, he could give the address.
Right.
Just my personal opinion. I don't think he was talking at all, but I think Kirby was on the other side of that phone.
Right. I mean, to bring it up, I mean, let's really be honest now.
But she could have been tracking his phone.
So we see Charlie, if this is him, you know, because we do got to just keep saying it is, if it is, because we may believe it is. You know, we may be 100% sure it is. But until we get 100% confirmation, we got to keep saying if. If this is Charlie or whatnot in this scene, me personally, I do believe that maybe he was talking to Kirby in that instance. However, I just think that maybe he was just walking by casing it. I think that beforehand she already told him. But if this is Charlie, we've seen him in the film before we even seen Kirby Reed enter.
Yeah.
And I bring that up because to me that is important, because if we see Charlie first and then all of a sudden directly after this event happens where they get killed, this is another thing that now that I'm thinking about it, holy shit. How ironic is it that this person we believe to be Charlie Walker walks past the Carpenter sisters? Right after that, Ghostface chases them in the bodega, leaves the mask of Jill and Charlie, and then directly after that, Kirby comes along.
Coincidence? I think not.
Right. Like, now that we're on this conversation, I was just piecing that together. That is interesting because see, this is my thing too about the whole dropping the masks off and all that. Where the hell was Ghostface storing them at? Where at in that gown can you fit items inside of it.
I don't know. I don't have a robe yet.
That's what I'm
If
saying. Like,
if I
you
ever
know,
get
like,
one, I'll let you know if it has pockets.
like it's crazy. Like I mean, like that's something that kind of, you know, bothered me a little bit too, because it's like, okay, well, they're dropping off all these masks, which is cool, but where the fuck are they fitting them in this gown, especially when they're running and, you know, fucking moving around all crazy and stuff, like nothing's falling out, like.
Hey, maybe
But
he was using it. Maybe he was using it as a cup.
yeah, right. But just, you know, certain things like that. But just, you know, after piecing that together, that to me isn't a coincidence. You see Charlie Walker, what we believe to be Charlie Walker, walking past the Carpenter sisters. They then get chased into the bodega scene. Then the Charlie and Jill masks get dropped off at the bodega scene. Like that to me is too much of a coincidence. And then, you know, Kirby comes in right after that. Like,
And then
I
plus
don't
we have
know,
some
man.
guy looking like Charlie walking by. And the reason I say Kirby was on the other side of that phone is think about it. It says she didn't know where they exactly lived. Remember, she could track that phone call very easily within 15 seconds. What if he's just casing keeping on the line so she can get every block of the streets in that? If she's not familiar with New York, what better way than have some random guy covering up in the middle of darkness so you can't see his face? Because cops
Right.
would recognize him instantly.
Right. And see, it's funny that you brought that up because when he's walking directly towards them, they purposely fade his face out black. The only time you see his face come into the light is when he's walking directly past Samantha. I think that
Yep.
that is really fascinating. If that is not, if that's supposed to be, if that is Charlie, right?
Yeah.
And or if that's my thing is this, if that's supposed to be just any ordinary civilian walking past, I mean, I get it. You're supposed to do it for the suspense that, you know, it could be Ghostface. But my thing is this, you can clearly tell that person wasn't wearing a Ghostface costume. He
Yeah.
was wearing a jacket. You know what I mean? But my
Yeah.
whole argument
Pretty
is
obvious.
like, if that's not supposed to be Charlie Walker, why fade his face out directly when he's walking towards them? But then that split second when Samantha and him make eye contact, you see his face. Like,
Yeah, kind of odd.
yo, man, I'm telling you, yo, 5-star Brian, if you're still here in the chat, man, again, thank you for sending me that, man, because, you know, ever since I started doing them Charlie Walker videos talking about how he could be alive, 5-star has been, you know, like basically much like you, Bob, on my side with that. Like one of the few people that's like, nah, like you got a point with that and all that stuff. And again, thank you for showing me those clips, man, because me personally, I respect anybody else's opinion on the matter. If you don't believe that is Charlie Walker, I understand. Me personally, I think that that is definitely Rory Culkin as Charlie Walker, and we have an even bigger plan in the works here that was being put together in Scream 6 that could potentially be revealed and exposed in Scream 7. And I hope so, man, because I think there is just such a tremendous opportunity for it. Like, it'd be
Yep.
so cool.
Oh, I'm right there with you. God, could you imagine Stu, Kirby, and Charlie working together? It's like a freaking nightmare team right there.
It is because then you got both Kirby and Charlie who are both big in the Stab franchise. They know their shit. Kirby's, as we know, I mean, even though Demont did say, you know, she could not be working for the FBI anymore, from what we know, she probably still is. Even though it's interesting, you didn't see her captain or supervisor come to that scene.
Yeah,
Which,
no. Which leads me to
you know what I
think
mean?
he
So,
was telling the truth there. That's why I said, what if not everything was
right,
like? What if he really did get background and that just happened to be the perfect ploy that he could get away with his own murder? The fact that she did
right,
go AWOL and get fired from the FBI.
right. Man, like, I, man, this movie, even for all its flaws, this movie still, when you really break down and analyze it, it is a good movie, especially if they don't sit there and not pick up on the opportunity that they presented themselves within this movie if you caught it. Like,
Yep.
they set themselves up for something pretty spectacular. They just have to act on it. You know, I will say this. I do definitely think they set the groundwork for there to be an official cult in Scream 7. I definitely do think that.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I can't argue
Two
that.
Boy says the other factor will be Roger L. Jackson. How much longer can he do the voice of Ghostface 2? That is a good point. That is a really good point. I think also a good point to make is not even just how much longer can he do the voice, how much longer will he want to? You know what I mean?
What if this trilogy is his last?
Right. You know, what if, he's thinking about retirement soon, or just doing other projects? I mean, man, at some point, and we say it with, our legacy characters too, guys, though, at some point, especially down the line, when Roger L, unfortunately, is, either retired or not doing it no more, or, no longer with us, they're going to have to find a new Ghostface voice, or technology is so crazy, they could always use his audio. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. But at the same time, in order to give somebody else a new chance to shine and to add some freshness in the franchise, there's going to be a time where they might have to change up the Ghostface voice.
Yeah, I mean, someone I would recommend, I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head. I would definitely throw the one that did the TV series in the rankings to do it, possibly. I mean, I had no problem with how he did
Mike
it.
Vaughn.
Thank you. Yes,
Mike Vaughn.
Mike Vaughn. I mean, to me, that was perfect for the TV series. I had no complaints with it.
Hell no, he was great.
I mean, that's one you could throw up for possibilities of doing it. Heck, get a young one who might be able to at least emulate some kind of creepiness similar to Roger L. Jackson. If you get that right kind of creepiness, it doesn't have to sound like him. But if you can get calm to creepy pretty quick,
right.
Hey, I'd be fine with it if it sounds good.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I said. At some point, we are going to be without Roger L. So there's going to be a new talent, that we might have to toss a mantle to. As long as they do it right and they care about it and they care about the part of playing Ghostface and the history of it, I'm all for it,
And also try to give the guy a chance to get a feel. Like, let him do like 2 or 3 films.
Right.
See if he can find that medium. I mean, I know everybody wants to go rag on like Nightmare on Elm Street remake because it wasn't Robert Englund. To me, I thought the guy did it fine. It was just the horrible writing that messed that whole script up. I didn't think the guy that played Freddy did anything wrong. It was the makeup, the writing. It just wasn't there. It was kind of crappy lines fed to him. And it just didn't feel like Freddy Krueger in general.
Nah, I agree. Yeah, I don't think personally Jackie Earl Haley did such a bad job. I just feel like it's like Bob said, it was just the way they portrayed that character for that reboot. Like Jackie Earl Haley it's just that writing, and it wasn't meant to be for him, in my opinion. It wasn't.
No, but someone who I would say would be a perfect Freddy Krueger would be Matthew Lillard. Make it happen.
Right. Okay, so real quick, because we are definitely about to wrap it up this time, guys. If we're going on almost 4 hours off, I owe it to you guys because I definitely did kind of put this live stream on ice for a couple weeks until after the film came out, because I wanted to do my breakdowns of it and know what with some when we got them stuff and to with this signature. And trust me, we're gonna definitely be having more live streams talking about the aftermath of Scream 6, Road to Scream 7, what we expect, to happen, what we want to see happen, what we don't want to see. You guys know the drill, all that good stuff. But real quick, Scott Walker says, if Stu is alive, what are the chances?
I think he means Christina is who she is. I think she is Christina Carpenter in this situation.
Okay. So if Stu is alive, what are the chances she is with Stu? Yeah, okay. And she's in love with him, and she is part Ghostface cult. And Sam Terra called Sydney for help to rescue her mother from Stu and his cult. See, I personally I'm not against Christina being involved with Stu. However, in that regard, to where, Sam and Tara are calling Sydney to help rescue her mother from Stu and his cult. Because then what you're basically implying is that at that point, we know it's Stu and his cult. It has already been revealed. And me personally, I don't think that would really be good writing. I think that, it would be kind of tacky. Like, hey, our mom is Tucker, the guy who tried to kill you in 96, my father's partner. They revealed themselves to be part of this cult. Sydney, we need you to come back and help us. Like, if they would do it where Christina and actually everything's not slocked together, and you can subtly get Sydney to come in without even them have to call her for help or what have you, or maybe these ghosts, Stu and Christina. I'd prefer that, but for Sam and Tara to straight up just call Sydney for help to rescue Christina from Stu and the cult, I personally ain't feeling that, because that makes me feel like they have already been revealed before we get to the end.
Yeah, the only way I would be fine with that, and you're gonna have to split it into two parts. You're gonna have to do it like 7 and 8 being all within the same film. In 7, we get the reveal of the Ghostface cult, and that's when Sam and Tara call for help. That's the only way I could see that making any sense personally to me, is if you do a two-parter.
So basically split it down into two parts, and then basically, like, how would you do it though? Would you reveal Christina involved in the first part or the second part?
It would have to be done. The reveal of Stu and that would be part 7, and then in 8 we find out Christina's in the cult, not being kidnapped by the cult.
Okay. Gotcha.
This way we know Stu is back. Matthew Lillard's already agreed. Which means Nev is most likely around the corner to come back, because at that point the studio would have to give them the money if you're having Lillard come back, because everybody wants that final showdown of Stu and Sydney.
Right. Another thing to touch on too that I didn't mention earlier in the dialogue, and this is something that Sister Pam talked about in her video, about the dialogue when Gail was talking to Ghostface about, you're the 10th guy to try this, and knew it doesn't work out well for the dipshit in the mask. The only time you ever heard Gail refer to Ghostface in the franchise as dipshit was Scream 96 with Billy and Stu, when she's talking about the reporter left for dead in a news van, comes to, stumbles on you two dipshits, foils the plan, and saves the day.
Yeah.
So, like, again, like, you can definitely make a case, like, in that regard, like, they're definitely dropping Stu hints in that regard as well. But to answer Scott's question here, if it was Charlie in Scream 6, where did he get released from prison? Did he go into hiding? escape? Did he go to hospital? See, now this is interesting, Scott, and we are actually going to leave it on this question here or whatnot before we end the stream, but I'm definitely going to answer this as well as Bob, because I actually talked about this in a video about, people who would question, where Charlie has been and all that stuff. And I said, you can make the argument that Charlie was never charged for those crimes back in Scream 4. And the only reason why I said that is because when Dewey gets there, Charlie's, laid out, bloodied. He's supposedly dead, right? Then we get to the hospital. Jill, when she's talking to Dewey says that it's touch and go with Sydney. She might not even remember what happened. Now, everybody will say, oh, well, she does remember what happened because, the final act scene with Jill, this and that. This is my thing. She only may have remembered what happened with Jill because Jill came into her room and attacked her.
Remember, when you get a concussion, which is what Sydney was implied to have, your memory's not going to remember every single thing that happened. I've had injuries with concussions.
Right.
I can't tell you what happened right before that concussion. I don't remember. I remember getting hit. That's all I can remember. I couldn't tell you by who, what I was thinking. So it makes sense she wouldn't remember Charlie was a part of it. But not just that, she knows, let's say she didn't have it. Like she had her full memory. She could have just thought Jill was making it up so she didn't take all the fall. Because she started beating herself up afterward.
It's true.
Like, would you believe somebody crazy enough that starts beating themselves up? Or a guy that gets stabbed and is crying out in pain? I'd probably believe Charlie before I'd believe Jill. Just saying.
Right. Right. And for those who might question, okay, well, what about Kirby or whatnot? Well, in so many ways, you can make the same argument with Kirby, but this is my thing with Kirby. I personally believe that maybe just maybe, and especially because they're involved in 6 and possibly going forward, Kirby decided to not rat Charlie out. And she decided to just be with him, and now like they're gonna be their own thing as Ghostface. Just when the time's right, that's when they're gonna strike. I personally think that you can make the argument that Sydney did not remember Charlie being the other killer, and Dewey doesn't know that as well because he didn't see Charlie commit no crime. All he knows is Charlie's dead body was on the floor. And just because Jill said that it was Charlie, being that Dewey got revealed that it actually was Jill, for all he knows, Jill was lying to him. That Charlie ended it. You know what I mean? Like, so again, like there's ways, that you can write this character back in without it being too crazy to believe, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I said the same thing for Stu. This is what so many people forget, before we get out of here about Stu, is the fact is this, or whatever. If Stu really wanted to, especially being that his family got money, he could have very well beat the charges of 96 murders. And the only reason why I say that is because nobody ever really seen Stu Mocker kill anybody. Face. You didn't see this man's face. You know what I mean? And people question and say, well, what about the final act scene with Gail and this and this and that? They can use that against him as hearsay. You know what I mean? It's all hearsay. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's hearsay. And not only that, Billy kind of took me hostage and forced me, peer pressure, forced me to help him or he was going to kill me.
Yeah.
There's ways that you can do it, man. Like, you know what I mean? But that's something that I said about Stu, like people are overlooking, like doing you money and all that stuff. You see it all the time in these true crimes, in these true crime stories. You know what I mean? There's people even without money. Yeah. You know what I mean? Where for a fact, okay, yeah, he did it. Guess what? They still beat the charges. It's not impossible to think that Stu just beat the charges. And then after the fact, legally, Sydney, Dewey. I would say Gail, but me personally, I'm starting to believe that Gail wouldn't have. I don't think she would have a clue about. I don't think they would have told her because they knew she would have blew that up media wise. I mean, so I think she would be in the dark and all that. But Sydney and Dewey, they will be even though Gail was involved and and all that stuff. Legally, they could have kept her out because she's depressed. Regardless, she's a victim or not, she's depressed. They don't want all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Sydney and Dewey could have been forced to say, "You cannot talk about this. This is you can you got to write it down. You're never going to mention Stu Macher being alive. Your next court, you're never going to mention this. You're never going to mention that." It is all very, very possible. Now, I mean, like, so many possible ways for Walker to learn in this franchise, man. Like,
definitely.
Well, Scott says, I read something on the internet recently. Nev Campbell said she would only return to play Sydney again. Hey, calm down. It's okay. She would only return to play Sydney again if Matthew was in it and would play Stu Macher. Give me a second, guys. Let me mute this for a second. Calm down, Rosie. It's okay. It's all right. Rosie, calm down, baby.
Shut the hell up.
But okay, so Scott, let me ask you something. All right, so do me a favor then, Scott. If you still have that link to the article you read or whatever you saw on the internet, send that to me on Instagram because I would love to see it. I mean, I'm probably going to end up trying to look for it myself, but sometimes out there, so it's hard to find. If you still have that link to that, send it to me on Instagram. But that's interesting. If this is true, Nev says she will only return to play Sydney again if Matthew was in it to play Stu. So if this is true, Bob, what are your thoughts on this? Because me personally, I'm not against it. But if that is the case, and she really said that, then going into Scream 7, everybody's going to be sitting there at least kind of knowing, okay, if she's in it, Matthew's in it. And I don't want that.
No, neither do I. But I also want to say this. I have to call a bit of hypocrisy out on her. You're going to willing to come back, even if you get less of a pay cut after the whole debacle with 6. The only way I would come back is if I get what I'm. You're telling me she would take a pay cut over that to have someone back in the film when the minute that's revealed, now if you're announced for a film, everybody's going to know Stu's alive. Nev doesn't work like that. I got to call bullshit on that article, man. Something just feels off.
I don't feel like Nev works like that neither. So yeah, Scott, send me that article if you find it, man. Again, definitely. I'm gonna look it up anyway, but I want to see it. We're not saying you're lying, Scott.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't take that as I'm calling you out for bullshit. I just don't believe that article. That just sounds like bullshit to me.
Right.
But then again, you're talking to a guy that says that Charlie Walker could be alive. So in a way, I'm full of bullshit too.
Okay, so real quick, Dino says, I think Christina is going to be involved with Stu. I always thought Stu was Christina's new boyfriend that Tara mentioned to Amber in the opening scene. Okay. Possibly, man. Or Charlie. Remember, Charlie's name was uttered in the beginning of that, that dialogue.
Or maybe they're having some weird three-way. I mean, it's not impossible. It's not impossible for this franchise. And just saying.
Well, no, the story of Christina is the love triangle between her, Sydney, and Billy.
Yeah. So, I mean, that might be something they both want to get into.
And the love triangle between Mr. Carpenter, Billy, and Christina.
Yeah. So, I mean, anything's possible.
Man, that'd be wild. Okay, so we're about to wrap it up here, you guys. I do want to read this last comment by Bella Treza. Thank you for stopping. Hope you're having a great night. She says, I think Scream movie is based on a true story because the movie talks about serial killers who are psychopaths, and psychopath serial killers are real in this world. Depends on who you talk to. Well, two things, Bella. Actually, the original concept for Ghostface was off of a real life serial killer, the Gainesville Ripper. Also, there are two serial killers who committed a crime against a fellow classmate in the fashion of Scream 96, like Stu and Billy. There is a true story about that. I actually covered that here last year on the channel. I talked about that and all that stuff. So yeah, you're right about that. Scream definitely from the start has had some real life elements to it, for sure.
Although the ones that did that to the fellow classmate were after they saw Scream.
Right, yeah. This is after the second one I talked about was after they saw Scream or whatnot. They were inspired by what they saw on Scream to commit that crime. And it's crazy because like they literally like it was everything to a T. The classmate name was Casey and all that. Like sad. Yeah. Like it's you know, it's sad, you know, that people, you know, take the love of horror and take it seriously and apply it to real life. I personally would never fathom doing that. You know, that's just that's a little too extreme for me. Now, putting it on a film and you know, obviously faking it and it be a film, that's a whole different ballgame. It's not me killing you in real life. But when I kill you on screen, hell yeah.
Hell, I think everybody would. I mean, hey, I'm not gonna lie. If Radio Silence called me up right now, hey, do you want to be the opening kill in Scream 7? I'm taking that offer. I don't care. I'll do it for free. I'll do it for
goodness. Free. Man, sign me up. And I'm gonna tell them you better make it gory and bloody. Don't sugarcoat shit. Fuck me up. Destroy me, man. Fuck that. Make it look like the most violent scene in the franchise.
Yeah, show exactly what happened to Casey Becker, but do it to me. Just got me alive, man.
Exactly. Hell yeah. All right, everybody. That is going to be a wrap for the Scream 6 live stream recap. I greatly appreciate everybody who was able to stop in and hang out with us throughout this 4 hours and almost 7 minutes. You guys are incredible. Again, thank you for all your support to this channel, to this community. It doesn't go unnoticed. Guys, you guys are incredible. It's almost 2:00 in the morning, a Wednesday night, on a Tuesday night, going into Wednesday morning, and you guys are still hanging out with me and Bob here. Nine people here still hanging out. Like, may not seem a lot to you guys, but to us, that's a lot because, again, you guys have lives. You guys might have to go to work in the morning. You guys might have to wake up in the morning and take your kids to school, do all that stuff, you know, do adult things. And the fact that you're here at almost 2:00 in the morning, it's closing its last call, if you will. The fact that you guys are around at last call, listening to us talk about some Scream 6 and breaking this down, love you guys. Honestly, you guys are incredible. But again, this is a wrap to the stream. I hope everybody enjoyed this stream. Be sure to leave, if you haven't done so already, and leave a comment at the end of the stream. At the end of the stream, leave a comment because it definitely does help out with the YouTube algorithm. It helps out with the channel in general. You know, at some point it was bound to happen, me getting tongue-tied over my damn words. It always happens on the live. It
does, but it doesn't help that I've had one too many shots of Fireball either.
Well, buddy, I'm glad I can give you a nice show and everybody else in the chat as well. But again, everybody, God bless. Have a great night. And I'm going to see you guys later on the next live stream. Stay tuned. I will have uploading notifications, the live stream schedule. I'm going to have and I also start putting some content on Patreon. So again, just to well, right when I was about to do the exit, it fucking lagged. Okay, everybody. So I'm not going to waste any more of your time. Again, thank you guys for tuning in. I greatly appreciate you guys. I will catch you in the next live stream. Stay tuned for the community post about the updates on the live streams and all that. We will catch you guys later. This is I Shot Him 6 Times YouTube horror movie channel. I'm your host and creator, Marcus. This is Bob Hunting from Entertainment. Be sure, if you haven't done so already, if you are not subscribed to Bob from Hunting for Entertainment, get over there and subscribe. Great content creator, great guy, as well as subscribe to Bearded Entertainment. Eric left a little bit early, but be sure to subscribe to his channel if you're not subscribed to his channel already. Great content creator, great person. Guys, we always have great people come on these streams. I don't mess with no scrubs. But again, I will catch you guys later. God bless. Get some rest, everybody.